dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
B6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer stor E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Welcome to the broadcast of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. With 2 rounds to go, the main question is whether Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, will clinch his title. With a round to spare, he has a 2-point lead, and if he wins his match today against Yu Yangyi and Levon Aronian does not score the same, it may be the case that we have a winner with a day to go. Judith, how do you see the lead of Magnus and that he has won every single Armageddon matches that he played?
Well, he's extremely convincing in most of the matches, and actually even some of the matches like yesterday, I think he didn't feel uncomfortable for a minute in any of the games, and it went very smooth for him. And well, still I can say that round number 2, that was the moment of the tournament for Magnus, that he could turn that over. And it was a real painful loss for Levon. You don't get these chances, that a few occasions you have that you can win the game against the world champion and you miss it. Actually, usually it's only one.
Yeah, and you reminded him of that yesterday when he visited us in the studio.
Yes, because he was telling that so the other players are simply giving away, in a friendly way, all the points to Magnus. But actually he was the inspiration for the others, I must say.
Setting a trend here.
Yeah, I mean, the game he didn't win. Actually, it is amazing that Levon really was not affected so badly on that. And actually, he is number 2 right now in the competition, which actually it shows that he's also not by chance there, being the top in the top 5 for many, many years already, because you have to have these skills to be able to get over on some of your mistakes, even when it's so painful as that one.
Yeah, Levon Aronian managed to get over that loss. He could have won in the classical game, and in the end he only got half a point out of that match against Magnus Carlsen. Other players are struggling to forget, including Alexander Grishuk, who suffered a very painful defeat in round 1 against Aronian, and it seems that the Russian did not manage to recover ever since.
Yes, it seems like Grischuk is having one of the worst tournaments of his life, starting with the loss. He claimed that it's one of the worst, top 3, one of his worst loss he experienced, and that is really bad. But he was playing quite a lot lately, so most likely he's running out of energy. He's not 20 years old, and it is very difficult to spare your energy in every tournament from the start until the very end.
That is true, and today it won't be easy for the Russian either. His opponent is Vishy Anand, although Vishy was also struggling in his latest Armageddons yesterday, especially when he faced Fabiano Caruana. He escaped in the classical game. Caruana had a winning position with only a few minutes on the clock. He missed to see the move queen d5. The d5 square, as you pointed out, was key in that game. Vishy escaped in the classical game, but in the Armageddon, Fabiano was back in the ring and managed to not think about the missed chance.
That was an amazing game. It was a pretty good opening, what Fabiano got out of the open Spanish. He really had a nice game. I got very suspicious already when Anand played knight a7. When you have to play such a moves,
You
when
said that bishop f3, knight a7,
everything,
you need to play like that.
Yeah, everything. All the white pieces are targeting the black king. It was already extremely dangerous. But Fabiano played, I think, fantastic attacking moves. He sacrificed first a pawn, I remember, on b2, and then shortly after he had maybe 4 minutes left on his clock. And he found the winning, the killing move, bishop g6. And Levon, we had in the studio, he said, just winning, you just have to
I'm
sacrifice.
betting my hat on this, that Fabiano will go bishop takes g6, which was a rook and a piece sacrifice. The rook was captured with a check, so it was really impressive that Fabiano went for it, but didn't manage to convert that beautifully executed game.
Yeah, and of course it was very unfortunate for Fabiano not to find either of the win. The simplest was bishop f7 and take the rook. But yeah, something went wrong, and this is the main problem when you have really short on time, that if something goes a little bit differently as planned, even in a winning position can be ruined. And later on he got so confused, Fabiano, with the time and the good moves what Vishy did, that he even got a little bit on the edge of, I'm not saying that he was close to losing, but definitely it was Vishy who could be pressing the game even longer, but he agreed into a draw. And then Fabiano got so relieved that, okay, this game is over, I made all this mistake, what was possible, very, very, very heavy mistakes, and I believe that also the second of Fabiano, Kasimdzhanov, probably had some difficult moments there when Fabi did not win that game. But after that, 15 minutes after, he played a very nice game, and he played very smoothly. He switched a little bit in the opening preparation and then won the game. So that was still an impressive win by Fabiano, but it could have been one of the nicest games I think he ever played if he really wins that in style at the end. The classical game.
He said it was embarrassing that he missed it, and he panicked because of the time situation. There's no increment until move 41 in the classical game, and the players are not used to it. They would be okay having 30 seconds on the clock when they know that there's another 30 seconds every time they make a move. So that's all right for the elite players of the world. They are used to getting 30-second increment, but here the time control is different. It's 2 hours from the start and until move 41. There's no increment, and even from move 41 it's only 10 seconds. So clearly they are not used to this format just yet.
Absolutely. The format is challenging very much the players' nerves and also their mindset. So it is, they feel it that if they are heading towards move 40, moreover when the time is going under 5 minutes, they know that this is turning into a blitz game, and you never know what will be the outcome and the final result of the game, because it gives a lot of opportunities for the players to lose concentration and make some bad moves.
And the first move has been played on Magnus Carlsen's board by Øyvind von Doren. He will join us later in the studio. The founder of von Doren Watch is the official timekeeper of the event. And we talk a lot about time here because the time control has been changed both for the classical game and including this new system that there is an Armageddon that has also never been tested before. 10 minutes for white, 7 for black. We do have a lot of discussions around this revolutionary system.
Well, we do have, not only here in the studio, but also at lunchtime and when I talk with friends and chess-related experts and grandmasters, chess enthusiasts. It's the topic in every conversation, that what do you think about it, which part do you like, which part do you think is going to stay, or how challenging is it for the players. But I think it's very important that now there is a discussion, and it's very much up there in every conversation, that is it good or how it should be modified or changed. But for sure the whole audience everywhere, I get the feedback that they are very happy specifically with the Armageddon games, even though there are, of course, a lot of mistakes. But what I was wondering, I have the feeling that Magnus is leading the tournament very clearly from the very start, and specifically this round 2 was very much on his favor, and then everything worked on his way. But if you look at his games in the Armageddon, I think the last phase of the game, whether he's on winning or he stands losing or risky, his concentration is multiplying, while some of the other players are losing concentration at that part of the game. So I'm not saying that he's concentrating better in all in the game, but I think he's just sparing which part of the game definitely not to lose concentration, and that's how he won, right? In some of his games.
Yeah.
And not to go back too far, it was yesterday as well. Not
Indeed.
yes.
Yeah. It does feel like the
No,
world
against Ding
champion.
Liren, I
I
wanted
was
to
going
say.
to say too, the Ding Liren endgame, where Ding Liren in a rook and bishop endgame that should have been a draw, or even better for Ding Liren, and Ding Liren had the black pieces, so basically it was an almost sure full point. He did not see this mating net, or that the rook checks will pick up his rook.
Yes.
And there was still an escaping move, but he didn't realize the danger.
Yeah, I think Magnus is excellent in these parts. That really, when he's already speeding up, he still can speed more, and got this concentration that really is just the game.
Yeah.
What he's focusing on, and he knows that he has to find something. It's like making water out of rock.
Yeah.
He can
He's
do
an
those
expert on
things.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And another game like that, now that I'm recalling, was against Mamedyarov. And in the classical game, it seemed that he had an advantage. He spoiled it.
Huge advantage.
And then in the Armageddon, he had to win the match again. It didn't seem like he was going to win even at the end. Even a few moves before resignation, the king could have escaped from the checks and not step into mate.
Yeah, yeah, but of course at this level, when you're the world champion, of course, psychology is very big part of the game for everybody. But when in such a situation, you play against the world champion and he makes a move, even it can be a dubious move, you still tend to trust him. That for sure, even you may say if it's a bad move, you don't say that it's a bad move. Usually people are more careful and they say, it is an interesting move. We wonder
Surprising
what
move.
can it be the idea behind the world champions move. So this is it is the psychological effect, and of course, when you go to a shorter time control and it's only seconds, it counts a lot. So we have the opening phase already going on in the playing hall.
Yeah, this is the penultimate round. And I just wanted to bring up a tweet from Norwegian reporter Tarjei Svendsen. He always keeps track on the stats about Magnus Carlsen. Since Magnus did not lose that classical game against Levon Aronian, and he also escaped against Ding Liren, we now have the world champion on a 66-game unbeaten streak. It has been 317 days since he lost a classical game. That is almost a year. I mean, still a few months left, but very impressive that it has been 317 days since he has lost an actual game.
And which is more important, that he won quite a lot. I mean, that's
True.
clear.
Wesley So's streak was 67 games long between 2015 and 2017. So Magnus is one game away from tying with that streak. And pay attention to these unbeaten streaks, because maybe our question of the day for a prize, a t-shirt signed by Magnus Carlsen, will be connected to it. Who knows? We are going to announce the question between 6 and 8 p.m. So make sure to stay here if you want to win this t-shirt signed by the world champion. I'm not sure about the size, but the signature is authentic. I don't know if you can. I'll try to show it as much as I can.
Magnus is smiling. Probably this picture was made after a win, I must say. It's a winning smile.
Yeah, it's offered by Chess24 and Altibox Norway Chess. size L, I just realized, but I would love to have it even if it's not exactly my size. Stay here until the moment when we announce the question how you can win the t-shirt.
Okay, so what do we have here for today in the menu? Magnus Carlsen started with d4, and we have the Slav. We can have some very sharp things going on in this position. Interesting that Magnus is actually surprised on d takes c4. This it seems that he was not expecting. And Yu Yangyi is playing extremely fast. So far, only 1 minute. So I think while Magnus is thinking, I think he's thinking what is the idea and the plans of Yu Yangyi behind d takes c4. Now it's e4, a4. I was not playing this with either color, but I know that it's a very sharp opening it can be. Let's see what's going on with the second number 2 on the tournament between Levon Aronian and Fabiano. Actually, going back just for a second between Carlsen and Yu Yangyi, for sure he would very much like to win today. So this is a must-win situation for him already. Because if he would be winning, he would be very close to Magnus. So this could be really a very interesting situation, because then he would have Yu Yangyi, if he would win in classical game, he would get 2 points, which would mean he would go for 10.5 points, just a little bit away with from Magnus. So the last round, anything can happen then. So this is the last moment, and one of the, again, a crucial moment for Magnus, that he knows it exactly, that with this game, winning this match, it can cost him simply the victory of the tournament. While if he's losing, even though he's making this fantastic performance in the tournament, it can we can say that he may not win the tournament if he would be losing.
It's true.
And I'm pretty sure that Yu Yangyi is extremely challenged about this game, playing against the world champion. So he wants to sharpen out the situation. And he knows that he doesn't have to say it twice to Magnus to go in complications, because Magnus has all his confidence. And I also see that if you look at the players being in the studio, giving interviews, I feel that many of the players are losing their self-confidence in themselves, but you don't really see that with Magnus. I think Magnus maybe had some kind of strange moments and losing confidence around the World Championship match, but I think since he won these few tournaments, it's not only that it's seen that he has this appetite to play chess and give interesting ideas, and he's like really recharged himself in every way, and he has these ideas that he wants to play it out, whether it's good or not, it's just interesting for him. But also his self-confidence and energy came back very much into the game.
Yeah, that's true. And also Yu Yangyi, if we talk about his tournament, if he is the lowest rated player and also the youngest of the field. He celebrated his birthday here in Stavanger, and he has had a really good tournament until he lost to Levon Aronian. Even like this is great, of course.
He shows that absolutely he belongs here, even though he's the lowest rated, and I'm pretty sure that he will be in the top 10 for a long time. And well, he's number 3 right now in the tournament, right? So it is a very difficult, very strong tournament, and he shows that absolutely his place is right here, and he's number 3. And I'm sure he's going to show some very interesting ideas, very sharp things on the board today. E4 was played, so now I guess B5 will be the move.
Yeah, this is still, of course, just the beginning of a very theoretical line. But I already see tweets about this game and also some puns because of Yu Yangyi's name. Ger Suna is saying, why did Yangyi eat a Snickers? Because you're not you when you're hungry. The players do have access to certain snacks, nuts, fruits, and refreshments. I'm not sure if Snickers is part of the collection, but thank you, Ger, for the tweet, and we welcome, of course, all the comments that you would like to share with us by using the hashtag Altibox or hashtag Norway Chess on Twitter. That's what we are monitoring during the broadcast.
So Magnus played e4, and after b5 he went bishop e2. Until things are developing in this position, we can go to some other lines. For example, our other games. Between Levon Aronian and Fabiano, it's interesting to point out that actually this system with white, it is just reverse color when there is a Sicilian bishop b5, which actually we were witnessing in one of the games, where bishop b5, bishop c6, d takes c. It is exactly the same setup I think Magnus was playing with queen c7, so here it's queen c2. And if we look at it from the very beginning, you can see that this is simply a line which is completely reversed colors in the bishop b5 system. Castle, knight f3, bishop e6. So here white can be playing b3, definitely has to play b3 if white wants to go to bishop g2. Also, of course, knight d2 is a continuation which players may do. And also, well, after white played g3, obviously the bishop should be on the fianchetto position on g2. But also knight d2, later on possibly f3, or maybe not knight d2, but trying to develop with the bishop from c1, and later on to castle long. So there are a lot of inputs here, but I'm sure Levon again will play some interesting moves. As of course at this stage of the tournament, it's round 8, and still this is maybe the last opportunity for the players to change the outcome of the tournament. As let's say, if we talk about the scenario, if Levon wins against Fabiano in classical game, he would have 10 points. And let's say Yu Yangyi beats Magnus, he has 10.5. Then the last round is completely open, whether really who is going to be the winner. And as Levon said it, and we know, of course, with all the participants, they're extremely competitive.
They are.
So
in every sense.
In every sense, in every game, whatever they do. And of course, it is somehow, it makes them sparkle, I think, at this point. That, I mean, if I win, I should really give a hard time to Magnus, possibly.
And get those
of course,
2 points to try to get
yeah,
close
of course,
to
it's
Magnus.
not, if everything goes smoothly for Magnus, then he is going to win the tournament. And he showed an incredible performance so far. But still, it's not over yet, and Magnus knows it exactly, and others too.
Also today Magnus has the white pieces, so if the classical game is drawn with Yu Yangyi, it is Magnus who will have to play for a win in the Armageddon, and that's when he was struggling. He has won 6 out of 6 Armageddon matches, but the few times he struggled in Armageddon, it was because he had the white pieces and he had to play for a win.
Yeah, but still, he will have half a point then. So the real difficulty it can be for him if he would not win or not draw the classical games.
Yeah, that's even worse, of course. But
Yeah.
I'm saying, what I'm trying to point out is that even the Armageddon match against Yu Yangyi is not a
Yes.
safe point.
Yes, it will not work by itself. That's clear. Knight g5 was played by Levon, and after bishop d7, I wonder what's the plan of white. Of course, he's going to be playing maybe bishop d2. This is one option. Or after all, to develop bishop g2. Basically, white is forcing black or provoking him to play h6. And then probably he will be moving back to f3. And if black goes back with the bishop on e6, then it's going to be knight d2. So, but I doubt that there's something special going to be after knight g5, bishop d7. I wonder if anything like h4 and after h6 maybe sacrificing the knight, but I believe that that would be kind of too much.
I'm going to check if there have been any recent games for this position in our database. So one more time, the situation is Levon Aronian is 2 points behind Magnus Carlsen, and if he wins in the classical game, which is not easy against the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, but he will try if Aronian wins and gets the 2 points for the classical win.
But Fabiano is not in his best form. That was very clear during the tournament. He was missing out some very, even we can say that some of the simple tactical opportunities he missed, and also we saw it yesterday that in the classical game, towards the end where actually it was already blitzing, then he missed the opportunities which were quite simple. So he's definitely not in the best form of his life, but he's anyway a very, very strong player.
In terms of the opening, I don't see any games for the move 6 Queen C2, which is a very early deviation from the rest of the games, but I'm not sure if that's a brilliant novelty or if Levon Aronian is just trying to go for a not known position. That is, it's just a playable position for white.
Well, probably he wants to, for some reason, and maybe it's already here what we have now in the game after Bishop D7. Maybe his plan is not to develop his Bishop to G2 after all. Maybe he wants to develop it to D3, or simply he wants to keep it there on F1. But for the moment, it's for example, Bishop E3 would be a blunder if I see it correctly, or there maybe it's a blunder. I was wondering if H6 is possible, and can Black go Knight E4, Queen E4,
because of Bishop C6,
playing Bishop C6, and after Queen G4, F5, Queen H5. So actually, White can hold on the F3 knight, it seems.
Yeah, luckily for white, the pawn is on H6 and not H7, so black would have G6.
I don't know. And the other way of after Bishop C6, actually Queen F5 is also an alternative. No, but after
G6
that, G6
now and then F5.
And
H5. Sorry, H5. F5 hangs the G6 pawn, but
so
with this mover it does not.
So here, after Queen F5, G6, Queen would go. Sorry, not no. If Queen G4 immediately, I'm not sure Black does not have a counterplay. For example, after Queen H5, maybe a kind of move F4. G takes F4, E takes F4, White will be moving away. And actually White is controlling everything, and he has a pawn, he has a piece up. So probably this is not possible. But anyway, after Bishop E3 kind of moves, anyway, it's also possible to play H6 and then Knight G4 and possibly later on F5.
Yeah.
So Bishop E3 is not the move, I believe, that White wants to continue the game with. Bishop D2 is something I would think of that I think there is quite some chance that he wants to go castle alongside in this game.
If we just go back to the moment when Aronian went for Queen C2, one of the most recent games for this position before White's sixth move was between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin just a few weeks ago at the Ivory Coast leg of the Grand Chess Tour in Blitz, and that was continued with F3 by Magnus Carlsen. And after F3, castle, Knight H3, A6, A4. It was a typical strategic position where White has the pair of bishops, but a worse pawn structure if we consider the doubled pawns a weakness. So it was a lengthy maneuvering style of position. Maybe not exactly what Aronian is aiming for if he wants to go Queen C2, castle, queenside quickly.
But maybe he wants to do later on the same thing. Maybe after Bishop D7, White is planning to play F3, and after H6 to go Knight H3, to have his knight on H3, later on to get back to F2. And this H6 move is kind of tricky. It's true that White is really jumping with the knight and giving away quite a few tempes. But in a later stage of the game, White can be bringing his knight to F2 and push G4, G5. And it can be also dangerous for Black. And it is a closed position, so it's not necessarily, the tempes are not so or not as important as in an open structure. So here, maneuvering is also very important. As we know, pawns are never going backwards. So once black is going to play h6, which definitely Aronian wants to provoke it to be played, then it can be maybe dangerous, or it can be a target for later stage. Also, for example, f3, let's say h6, knight h3, later on bishop e3, queen d2, and maybe even sacrifice on h6. But that is maybe it's a little exaggeration. But that's for the long term.
But definitely a very original position, and we have a tweet from none other than the world number 4, Anish Giri, who would normally be in Stavanger as well as a participant, but this year his schedule didn't allow the participation in this year's Norway Chess. But he is following the tournament, and he tweeted, "Original new opening concept by Levon Aronian. I wonder how he came up with it." I think that slightly suggests that it could have been an inspiration of an Anish Giri game. For instance, Queen C2. Not in this exact position, but a similar idea. We shall ask Anish more about that game.
Let's go to another game. I think we'll see Levon. He seems to be having some thought at this point of the game. So let's go to Vasily Graf against Ding Liren, who actually Ding won a very beautiful game yesterday against Mamedyarov. Very complicated, one of the most, maybe the most important, most interesting game of yesterday's round.
Yes, in the F3 Grunfeld, in the classical portion. That was a 2-point win.
Yeah, and it was interesting what he said, that, well, actually he doesn't, things didn't go under control in the Armageddon, so he has to win in the classic.
And then he came to commentate on his compatriots' game in the Armageddon, also adding that he was trying to pick up on a few tips on how to play the Armageddon successfully. I think now that we mentioned Ding Liren and how well he's doing in classical, it would make a lot of sense to discuss the scoring system, and we have an updated cross table by Christopher Gressly. Christopher, thank you one more time for keeping track of the scoring system, how it is here at Norway Chess, and how it would be if it was a regular tournament. That is, our leader of the tournament would be Ding Liren if it was the classical games that counted, but obviously the what if doesn't really matter here in Stavanger, because Magnus Carlsen, the actual leader, he's very well aware of the scoring system, and he knows that, well, if it takes an Armageddon, he will get the point through an Armageddon. He plays according to the rules of this year.
Yeah, I believe that Magnus simply doesn't really think about the alternative in any round that he's going to lose. And actually, he's taking it that he has double the chance to win the game. Yeah. I think that is kind of the attitude that, well, if I make a draw, no problem. I still have 15 minutes afterwards, another chance to win and score.
Plus, if he has the black pieces in Armageddon, I don't think he's worried about his opponents getting through. Normally, he would be worried about his opponents just trying to make a draw against him.
Yeah. But of course, it's not easy for him also to be in a must-win situation. And he might be getting into one.
Today, that could be,
but
if he draws.
It is going to be a very complicated game, I believe. But let's take a look how the Vasily Graf Ding Liren game unfolded so far. It is an Italian opening: bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d3, d6, castle, rook e1, a6. Yeah, this is almost happens in every game in the Italian, so the bishop can move back to give some air to black's position. Immediately black goes back, because anyway white is most likely going to play b4 or d4, so it's better to make this prophylactical move when still black has the time for it. Bishop e6. This pawn structure is always very interesting for me to see, because it drastically changes the spirit of the position. Until the moment you have your f-pawn on f7, until then this f2 and the f-file is not giving anything to any of the players. It's usually the players are playing for knight d2, knight f1, going on to f5 square, or it many times happens that white goes to e3, controlling the d5 and the f5 square. But after the move bishop e6, f takes e6, the structure changes so much that suddenly you play for completely different plans with both colors, because later on black can develop the queen to e7 or d7, rook goes to f7 many occasions, and goes rook f8, but definitely the f3 knight is not going to be moving around for some time. At least this a7 bishop, which was not necessarily so powerful, in this pawn structure already, there are much more potentials for black. But of course, on the other hand, he has these double pawns, which can be uncomfortable at some stage of the game, and also bishop e3 can be exchanged, that black square bishop. So for the moment b4 was played. It seems like black is more developed in this position for the moment, because his development is better and white's queen side is not very promising until this point. Black immediately played knight h5, which is also my favorite move many times in these kind of positions, to try to reach out to f4, where it gives a lot of uncomfortable moments or difficulties for white. Rook a2. It was played to definitely to defend and protect the f2 pawn. So, for example, now white's next move could be a threat of playing knight g5. If, let's say, I'm just making a move so I can show the line that after knight g5, the h5 knight is under attack and the e6 pawn under attack at the same time. So black should be playing something like queen e8. It's possible to defend in principle both, but probably knight e6. No, actually knight e6 is not possible because the a2 rook is hanging. So actually even knight g5 for the moment is not deadly dangerous from black's perspective. But after rook a2, queen f6 was played, putting more pressure on the f file. And still black will want to play knight f4, I believe.
The first game I found for this b4 idea on move 11 was actually an online game, the Chess.com Speed Chess Championship between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. It's played in a blitz game, 5+1. I don't know how much of that was theoretical preparation or simply just because it's actually quite a logical way to proceed b4 and bring the rook over through the second rank. So white is expanding on the queen side and also allows the development of the rook in an original way to protect the f2 square.
Well, they've been playing the last few moves very fast, both players, but by now white also developed with his pieces after queen f6, knight a3. Unfortunately for white, this is the best square for the knight, because if knight d2, that was not very pleasant, because immediately knight f4 comes with a tempo. So after knight a3, black went knight e7, white went bishop g5, queen f7, and bishop e3. I think it's very understandable from white's point of view that he wants to eliminate the a7 attacker. And so later on, white's idea is to have his knight on c4, pressing on the queen side. And actually, white has a space advantage on the queen side. And he wants to stabilize on the king side for the moment. But for example, after bishop e3, I think that white wants to go fe3 himself. And then we are going to see these 4 pawns, double pawns. But it's from white point of view, it's important not to allow knight f4, I believe. So that's why I would consider with black that after bishop e3, he may play knight f4. That's what I'm expecting, to have knight f4. Probably white is going knight c4. But somehow it looks... actually, white cannot play that because knight h3 is threatening right now. So actually after knight f4, white has to think how to continue. Maybe knight g5, but then queen g6, and after bishop f4, rook can take on f4. So I wonder what is the real plan for Maxim after knight f4.
Ding Liren has only spent 8 minutes to get to this position, while Maxime has used over 40 minutes. Sorry, 20. 20. My maths is
Nearly
it's on an
20.
hour and 40,
Yeah.
nearly 20 minutes, which does suggest that Ding Liren has prepared these kind of positions better, or Maxime was just trying to recall something that he analyzed and he's not sure that he remembers it that well. But from the position too, it looks like Black is in charge. He has brought both the queen and the rook to the semi-open f-file, and the knight on f4 is annoying. So it is White who is posed to face some difficulties.
And actually knight f4 was just played by Ding Liren. He still keeps playing very fast. I think it is quite a nice position for Black, I must say. And now, for now, Black is threatening to play knight h3. But also there are other tactical things what White has to take care and always keep in mind. Knight takes g3, knight takes g2, not yet. But for example, if let's say Black can reach his knight to g6, then already even knight g2 may be sometimes unpleasant. But for the moment, White has to take care and do something against knight takes h3. So for example, what happens if bishop takes a7, takes and rook e3? Rook e3 is defending well the f3, so for now everything is protected, but I'm not so happy with White here. I think queen g6 is possible, attacking on g2.
Threatening knight h3.
Okay, White can go knight e1, and White is just defending just in time all the problems. But still, having this knight on f4, looking at it being on the White side, it's not funny.
No, also, if knowing that this is move 15 right now, and it's not the position you dream of when you have the white pieces to be defending a slightly worse position, or maybe still equal. We are not checking the engine evaluation, but certainly it seems very comfortable for Black. So it is Black who has won the opening battle. Ahead in time, having a pleasant position as Black, putting pressure on White. Vachier should be disappointed with how the opening went for him.
Well, definitely I would like to take the black
Me
color
too.
in this
Me too.
position.
Give me that knight on f4. That's a beautiful piece. And the a3 knight, and in the other line the e1 knight. That's quite a contrast.
Okay, so let's see how the other games are developing. Actually, we have a very interesting situation. Oh no, Grischuk Anand. It's an open Spanish again, where actually White played knight d2, knight c5, and they went into this forced line, bishop e6. I was playing a few times, I think. It's not here. No.
Judith, before we continue with the open Spanish, I also need to ask you, what happened to Alexander Grishuk's chair?
Oops.
Where is it?
So he got it back, the old one.
Now he's using the exact same chairs as the rest of the
because
field.
we changed location.
We did change location, so the cafeteria chair didn't travel with him to the Stavanger concert hall. We are broadcasting the last 3 rounds, and the players are having an amazing theater hall for the playing venue of the last 3 rounds. But yes, that means Alexander Grishuk is not having his hotel cafeteria chair.
But he can definitely not blame it on the chair, because he had his chair for the first 6 rounds.
It didn't help him. Now I'm getting a little bit more of an information on this very important topic, Alexander Grishuk's chair, that yesterday he used an average chair, a standard chair from the concert hall, and today he switched to the one that the rest of the field has. The very comfortable ones that we also are happy to test. But yes, it's not about the chair. Grishuk's tournament hasn't been a good one, whether he's sitting on a cafeteria chair or an office chair that's adjustable height.
And well, I don't know if maybe you can check it, how far is it theory, but I think for a long time this is all theory. A takes b5, knight takes, and of course Anand has long history in this opening, and I wouldn't be surprised if this game will be not so long.
Are we expecting the first Armageddon between Grishuk and Anand?
No, of course, for now, black still has to develop. For example, instead of castle, instead of h6, I believe that after castle, black would be in trouble because of queen g4 attacking the bishop. And once black is defending it with any other move, then bishop f6 or bishop h6 would gain material. So after bishop g5, h6.
We do have some games until the moment white played knight g5 on move 17. And they aren't really recent, but there's a game between two very strong French grandmasters, Etienne Bacrot with the white pieces against Laurent Fressinet in the Bundesliga 2009. After knight g5, Fressinet went bishop e7, knight takes e6, f takes e6, queen g4, king f7 was the move black had to play, and after queen f4 check, king e8. The king is back on e8, but he cannot castle anymore. White had some pressure, and he eventually went on to win the game in 56 moves.
Yes, but we have now knight g5, bishop g5, h6, which I'm pretty sure, and it's clear that it's part of the preparation of Anand. He also haven't spent too much time until this point. He spent 8 minutes, while Grischuk is already nearly half an hour spent of his time. Now there are actually quite a few options for white, but the only question is whether can black castle and not have any tactical problems, or he cannot. For example, after bishop comes back to e3, again castle would be not possible because of queen g4 and the double attack of the bishop and bishop h6. So after h6, bishop e3, black should be able to do something. I think either queen c6 is the option, or queen e4 can be a good move because the queen is centralized, and how can white stop the castle in the next move? And the bishop on b4 stands quite okay. Also, it takes away the square on e1 from the rook, so white cannot go to e1 and give some unpleasant ideas towards the black queen. So the question is, after h6, how does white want to continue? For example, white can go queen g4, the intermediate move, and black has
the bishop
to
on b4.
take, and then I would be taking on b4, attacking the b5, but also at the same time controlling black from castling. And, well, probably black should be going queen c6 or queen d5. Actually, I like maybe queen c6 better. But still, it seems like white has a more pleasant game. Black can go rook h4 later, for example. This can be interesting from black side. But white can go rook d1. If rook h4, then queen d2. So now the mate and the pawn is attacked. So black has to be careful, but as we think that it's a home preparation, I'm pretty sure that after bishop e3, after queen g4, black has his idea. But I think there is not really other alternative, I believe. Or...
It's going to be interesting to see if this is Vishyadon's preparation. And as you said, from the time he spent to reach this position, it does seem like he still knows what is going on. This is still what he analyzed with his team. But for Alexander Grishuk, we never know. He spends time whether he knows the position or not. He just gets into time trouble after all.
Well, I think hg5 actually should be the move for black, and play queen d5. It is much better than on c6. Because it's attacking the e5. Of course, for the moment, black is not going to take it. But which is very important, I think, for black, that he's threatening to play rook h4. And then rook g4, or even rook c4, or anywhere on the fourth rank. So I believe queen d5 is the very strong move in this position. So this might be the plan of Vichy. But definitely in this position... white has to think of how to improve, because if black can really castle and nothing really happens, bring his queen to e4, black castles, then black has absolutely no problem. So this is a moment where white should be creative. Also, queen h5 is something that Black has to take in account e6 is a threat, and for the moment the h6 g5 bishop is not takeable because of the pin. And let's say black is not well, black is provoked to play g6, but he's not going to be making weaknesses. So for example, now the question, probably also queen d5 would be the move, or queen e4, but I think queen d5, rook d1, sorry.
And rook d8 would be mate, so queen e4.
So queen d5 is not possible, but on queen e4 also, in any case, white would go rook d1, and the question is whether maybe already now castle is possible, because the queen on e4 is extremely powerful and has control on the two important diagonals and important squares, because bishop h6 it wouldn't be anything for white. So let's see and wait how Grischuk is going to be continuing. I'm also wondering whether e6 is possible. This also has to be checked, I believe, with the idea if h takes g5, queen d7.
Queen d7 and queen f7
right?
mate.
And queen f7 mate. So e6 is something definitely to consider. On the other hand, Grischuk exactly knows that Vichy knows what he's doing. So e6 maybe is the best move, but most likely Vichy just analyzed it all the way, and maybe it's just equality. e6 is crucial. Black, I think, will take on e6, and after queen h5, he has to go to d8. The bishop can go back at some point to d6 to be stable. For example, after rook d1, I think bishop d6 is the move. And black's plan, I think, to go queen e8, trying to chase away the queen from h5. But also, for example, after rook d3, first of all, black can give it check. And white is forced to go back, and probably, well, I can go back if I want, but probably I have a better place for the
And see if white can make a progress with the
But,
background check.
After bishop d6, it can easily happen that black is just doing fine. So white really has to make a decision, and it's not easy when you're facing a home preparation and your opponent is called Anand, who you know exactly how stable his opening preparation is, and how well he knows all these type of positions. So Grischuk is in a very difficult situation from the perspective of getting advantage in this position. Is there any serious advantage? That's a good question.
As you summed it up very well, it is psychologically a difficult situation for the Russian grandmaster, because even if he's calculating e6, but he knows that this is Vichy's preparation, will he even enter it? Will he go for something that direct, that the engine must have just analyzed in a second? So what takes for Grischuk quite a lot of effort to calculate over the board was the homework that Vichy and his team did previously to this game.
Well, okay, let's see how the other games are happening. We haven't seen the game Mamedyarov and Wesley So. Mamedyarov had a heavy loss yesterday. It was very painful for him against Ding Liren. It was not exactly a home preparation of Ding Liren, but he couldn't make too many moves after the opening.
True.
Like they
The
played
Queen
pretty
Ivan
fast.
idea.
Yeah. After that, they were not playing too many moves, which you could see that there are still the game is for 3 results. Ding Liren was somehow he understood the position better. That's what I can say. I think that simply he understood and calculated better in that position. So we have a move. Probably Mamedyarov got disappointed yesterday, and that was the reason he made the 2 bishop g5 system. The Trompovsky attack, d5, e3, c5. Usually you play this opening when you don't really want to go into any sharp ideas, any sharp middle game positions. You just want to play and go for it, that, okay, it's going to be a long game and the better player wins, and hope it's me from this side, right? So black has a double pawn on the f file, which I don't think there were too many games on this position, to be honest. It's in
I'm gonna
other
check
hand.
that. Let me get.
Yeah,
have a
let's
look.
see. Let's see what we have in theory-wise, because Mamedyarov is playing pretty fast this game so far. He nearly spent less than 15 minutes, while Wesley So is spending more than half an hour until this point, and we are only at move 9 at this point.
There are only 2 games for this position, and one is the game of Alina Kashlinskaya, Radoslav Wojtaszek's wife, against the former women's world champion Alexandra Kostenyuk from last year, and the more recent game is from this year, March, between Ilya Nizhnik and Caruana's long-time second, Rustam Kasimjanov, former world champion Rustam Kasimjanov, with the black pieces. And Kasimjanov went bishop take c5 after knight g2 f3, and then castle, rook to c1, bishop e7.
Actually, as far as I remember, maybe I remember wrong, but wasn't it a very similar structure in game 1 between the world champion Magnus in 2016 against Karyakin, or one of
The structure,
the games?
yes.
The
Yeah, I know
structure
which one you're referring to,
was
yeah.
very, very similar, and White is not really risking too much.
Yeah.
It's basically he's either getting a slight advantage or nothing. So it's a very safe choice by Mamedyarov for today.
Yeah, that game ended in a draw in 34 moves. It was played in the St. Louis spring event this year in March. After castle, rook c1, bishop e7, queen e2, queen a5, a4, rook fd8, and that was the moment when White eventually took on c4. He could have taken earlier as well, but he was waiting for the right moment to capture the pawn. Knight takes c4, queen b4, and it seems that Black didn't have any serious trouble. That was the game Nizhnik against Kasimjanov this year.
Yeah, I mean, of course, one might think that as Black does not have pawn front of the king, it can be very vulnerable, but actually it's not real danger. There are many things has to happen in this game that Black is in real trouble with his king. So in many times, if the white rook can reach the 4th rank, for example, even Black can just go f5 and control the possible attacks from g4 or h4. So it is not easy for White to create an attack. But for the moment, Wesley So is still hesitating, thinking what to do after knight gf3, whether capture on c5 immediately, or Black can go, for example, queen a5, trying to push the bishop away or forcing a4. If bishop c4, then I think it would be a nice opportunity for Black, maybe queen c5 or bishop c5. But there is not big of a problem for Black yet that he can be complaining about. Maybe Black is also actually thinking and considering c3, trying to ruin the pawn structure of White, and only after that to take bishop takes c5. But then White would be having a good outpost for his knight on d4, opening up for the queen, this diagonal d1, h5. And actually c3 just was played. It was just played on the board c3. Well, this is definitely trying to sharpen things, and with the change of pawn structure, this is something that maybe Black will regret, maybe not. But I believe that bc3 is a must, because White can't really do anything else. For example, knight e4, if he would be just sacrificing, after White is moving away, then queen a5.
Yeah, Mamedyarov has indeed played b takes c3, and Wesley immediately captured on c5 with the bishop.
So I believe I would expect that knight d4 would be the move from White side, or castle first, and in a later stage he will be bringing his knights to d4 and the other one to e4 to control some of the squares. But if Black can develop properly with rook on c8 and can put pressure later on when the king is in safety already on the king's side, then Black can also be able to play for even for a win or something. But I think it's going to be this way a more complicated middle game because of the c3 pawn is weak, but on the other hand, it's supporting the d4 square for the knight. Okay, so what do we have? We have some moves in the game between Anand.
Oh, e6 has been played by Grishuk, testing Anand's preparation. I like that. I like that he goes for it even if he knows that it must be home preparation.
On the other hand, you have to make something, and everything is home preparation, right? You could
True.
move your bishop, then black plays queen e4. He sees there is nothing really that he can play for, so he goes the most straightforward, challenging move in this position. Of course, if you would know that your opponent has no preparation here, you wouldn't spend 15 minutes or I don't know how much time Grischuk was spending. You were just playing e6 instantly, or if it would be blitz game or an Armageddon, there wouldn't be a question that e6 would be played.
Yeah, he
Actually,
spent,
talking about Armageddon, I think this is kind of position you are not ready to play with black, you know?
In an Armageddon.
No, because you are simply has to avoid all kind of very risky kind of situations, even if you think that the evaluation is okay.
Yeah,
because
with less
simply
time and the risky position.
Yeah, I would think that this kind of position can never be chosen by a strong player in an Armageddon game, let's say.
That will be interesting if this game goes to an Armageddon, because we have seen that most players have been repeating the same opening they chose in the classical game. And in this case, you would predict that Anand doesn't really want to see this on the board in an Armageddon. E6 was 17 minutes. That's the time that Grishuk spent on this decision. And as Judith said, that's mainly because he knows that Anand prepared this position, and that's why it took so much time for the Russian to actually go for it. E6.
Well, queen h5, black moved king f8. This is the position we had. And bishop f4. Of course, we were discussing maybe bishop e3. Bishop f4 is, of course, a very healthy move, attacking the c7 pawn and also at the same time attacking the b5 pawn. And not only that, but also white can occupy the e5 square with his bishop. So this is definitely white has full compensation. There is no argument on that. That's not a discussion, I believe, for in this position. So it's very clear that white has full compensation. The question is what is black's plan to defend? Because there are quite a few alternatives for black. The first question is whether should black defend the pawn on c6. On the c7 and b5. So after queen c6, white can... Actually, I'm not even sure it makes sense because simply rook
steps into rook
c1
c1
is possible. So probably there will be, after bishop f4, for example, queen d5 is a question. To go queen d5, queen takes, bishop takes c7. Black would be going king f7. I think black is just fine because in the next move he's bringing out from the corner to the C line and then looking for counter chances on C2. So this is not something white can be challenging black's idea. Maybe, no. So after queen d5, probably white has to look for something else, either to move the queen somewhere. I wonder where. Maybe queen e2, and the idea is rook d1. And possible attacks on the 8th rank, for example. But here maybe black can just simply play bishop d6 and then on the move like rook d1, queen c4. And it's forcing things. So if white takes, white goes queen f3, king e7, I believe, and after, for example, it can be a draw easily, something like this, you know, because white is not able to take because of the back rank made. But maybe after king e7, queen g3 is a strong move and attacking on both d6 and g7. So actually, black has to be very careful. Black has to be very careful in this position.
I'm curious how long the preparation of Anand is, how deep they have gone into these kind of positions with the e6 pawn sacrifice. So it's a pawn up for black.
I would be very surprised if without home preparation, Anand would be entering into this. That would be very surprising for me.
Yes, I also think that this is still his preparation, but it's different when you are at home. You look at the engine. Oh, this is okay for black. Like if it says 0-0-0, black is a pawn up, but you cannot castle. Your king is on f8. The position is dangerous because it's not a closed position. White's pieces are active. It does look different in a competitive situation that is here, playing a game against another top player. So even if he has had this prepared, I'm pretty sure that he still may have some concerns.
I think, for example, maybe queen e8 should be the best move. Defending the b5 pawn and immediately asking the white queen whether do you want to be exchanged. And if queen f3, just go and play king g8 and try to escape eventually to h7, and then black is fine. White can take on c7, grab the pawn back, but
Queen d5 has been played by Vichy, so the idea is the same, trading queens. We have already looked at this move in the analysis previously. Judith, you showed queen d5, and that it's not obligatory for white to trade queens.
well, I think he's definitely not going to exchange queens.
With a pawn down, you don't really want to go for an endgame, even
No,
if you can take back on c7
Yeah,
the
but
pawn.
it's nothing. That's not for challenging your opponent. It's going for a draw practically. So after queen d5, queen e2 is a question. This is the most logical, and also queen g4 possibly. It's a considerable move. But okay, let's see the other games. What has happened, for example, between Vasil Legrave and Ding Liren. I would go there for a short while because we stopped after knight f4, and actually it seems that Maxime is spending quite some time because he ended up out of the opening a very unpleasant situation. He played king h2, which defends the h3 pawn. So actually right now knight h3 is not possible. Well, of course, I would think to play knight h3, but I think actually, I'm
Julie
not even
says,
sure.
it's not possible, but I would consider.
No, because look at this. After
It looks dangerous. Knight h3.
no, for example, knight h3, because I had an idea that if you take with the pawn, it's queen f3.
Yeah. So
Right?
it's a pawn up.
So if queen king h3, then queen h5, and actually white is fortunate to be able to play knight h4, because the thing is that I was thinking for a second that what would happen if black takes this first, and after this actually knight h3 could be possible if g takes h3 is not winning right now, because the knight is already protected.
It is.
Because if king h3, then queen h5, the queen is not protected, so you cannot go knight h4. King g3, and after rook f4, it's mate. You cannot defend the mate.
That would be beautiful. The problem is what Judith is saying, that if we include the capture on e3, the rook is defending the f3 knight, so knight takes h3, g takes h3 is possible. And if we start with knight takes h3, king takes h3 after queen h5 check, knight h4 threatens to trade the queens just in time, so there's no time for black for pushing g5.
Exactly. So king h2, and black played queen g6. So now black is really would like to force white to make a decision whether to play g3 is not very funny, because I have the feeling, can black take on d3? It is a question.
Because of the
queen
f3 hanging piece.
yeah, it's not possible, but I wonder if after knight d3 can white play knight h4, but I believe black is going to be taking on e4. So for now, if white would be taking on a7, black is just simply capturing the rook on e1, while if white goes f3, this is a question whether can black save the extra pawn, because the problem is that after queen d5 c4, and it seems that the knight is falling off actually.
Yeah, there's no square where the queen could go to protect the d3 knight.
So it seems that maybe g3 is possible from white side.
But Maxim has gone knight h4 instead.
Okay.
That protects the g2 square and attacks the queen at the same time. And doesn't weaken the white king. But this could also lead to a repetition if the queen attacks the knight. Will he go back to f3?
Well, I have the feeling that after queen g5, g3 is the only move, actually. g3 is the only move to defend the knight on h4.
Oh, with the queen on g5, certainly. I was wondering whether queen f6 or queen h6 would white even consider going back to f3?
Well, it is scary for white, to be honest. It's definitely scary. But I'm wondering if after queen g5, g3, bishop takes e3, and let's say if rook e3, black is going back. Well, actually, black has time, and he does not have to, by any means, to go back to g6. But I think black is doing completely fine here. The question is, what can he do after knight h4? Queen f6, queen h6, or actually, what about queen h6? With the idea, if g3, then g5.
I like that. Yes.
Queen g4 must be played, but it looks quite tricky, I must say, for white. It looks very, very tricky, as black can simply go out to h8 and the d3 is under attack, the knight is under attack. So queen h6 is interesting. Probably white will have to go back to f3. But anyway, black can go g5.
Yes. You don't need to wait for it to be attacking the knight or the f4 knight being hanging. g5 threatening g4.
g4, straightforward. Straightforward.
This is a very messy position, and Bashir doesn't seem to be fully confident about it. If we look at the time situation, the Frenchman has used over 40 minutes to reach this position, while Ding Liren hasn't invested half of that time.
Well, I think white is not having a good time here.
No.
That's for sure.
It's interesting that Maxime was the one who did the best in the Blitz. And yes, Blitz and Classical, even Armageddon, are different from just the Blitz. But usually at Norway Chess, the opening day Blitz tournament was a good sign for the player who won. It didn't mean that the Blitz tournament winner would also win the regular tournament, but he would usually end up being on the podium. Because that means that you're in a good shape. You won the Blitz tournament. He beat Magnus in the final round. He won in a very convincing way, Maxime, the Blitz tournament. But then he didn't do well in the regular event.
Yeah, but he said it already after the Blitz event he won, that actually it has no consequences, that absolutely it's clear that he's going to play well in the classical tournament.
Well, not for him. In previous years, the statistics are always in favor. Oh, but we are talking about the Frenchman.
Wow.
We have our first result of the day, which is shocking. We were looking at all sorts of sacrifices, and they agreed to a draw.
Well,
Armageddon.
it was kind of a draw for, I understand, but still. Actually, this is a moment, maybe the first time that I'm curious whether G5, curious would be to see what the engine says about G5, you know.
Well, what we do know is that there will be an Armageddon game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Ding Liren starting in about 15 or 20 minutes. We will actually get the exact starting time shortly from the arbiters. The rule is that there's at least a 15-minute break, if not longer, for the players. And Maxime will be in a must-win situation.
Well, actually, I don't know how happy Maxime is, but I think he's quite happy to get rid of this game.
He was uncomfortable for sure.
His king side and looking at this f4 knight from Black's point of view, I think it's it's a nice result, and it's let's go for the Armageddon.
Yeah, and before we go for a break, let's just check the world champion's position. He's the sole leader of the event, and if he scores more points today than Aronian, then he wins the event with a round to spare today with the white pieces against Yu Yangyi. And a tweet from Buzz actually discussing this game. He's saying, nice day at Norway Chess again, following the Yu Carlsen game. I guess he meant it the other way around, Carlsen Yu. Wonder if we get a result in Classical today. Both have been doing well in the Armageddons so far. And that's a good point. Yu Yangyi as well has been doing very well. Not as well as the world champion who won 6 out of 6 Armageddons, but Yu Yangyi too did really a good job with both colors.
Yeah, but I think none of the players are really playing for the Armageddon. They
Oh,
really
certainly not.
They really try to play
Yeah.
out the classical game. And so far what we have, it started out with a sharp opening, e4, b5. And I always found it very funny kind of situation when it after b4 white plays e5 or the other way around, and the pieces are started to grabbing off in this position. And then some of the lines, it may be c takes b2, then f takes g7, if takes queen takes. There are some lines like this, but unfortunately we don't have this, that we would have 4 queens on the board. So after e takes f6, black simply took back on f6, b takes e3. Black has a pawn up, but it's not a real pawn. Besides that, seeing Magnus's game nowadays, you would be just surprised and feel uncomfortable seeing equal material,
Why is he
right?
not giving up a pawn or a piece for a long-term compensation like Alpha Zero would?
But this we also see that c4 pawn will be eventually taken away from the board. It's only a question when the white will be deciding to do so. And after bishop d6, white castled, black castled, and white's aim is to get this c pawn with the best circumstances possible. And white decided to go knight d2 in order to take it and capture it with the knight. And it seems to be a very pleasant position for white. So this is the position at move 12, what we are having. And actually, Yu Yangyi is thinking quite a lot in this game. He spent already 45 minutes for reaching this position. And white has a very pleasant position, to be honest. White will be taking with knight on c4, develop with his bishop to e3. So it is a very nice situation, and I think it's very comfortable for Magnus. It's he would have been happy if before they would tell him that this is the game you're going to have at move 12.
Yeah, I also think that Magnus is happy about it, and Yu Yangyi on the other side is feeling somewhat uncomfortable facing this position against the world champion. Still nothing special, but a tiny advantage or a bit of a play for Magnus can grow into a big snowball and then a full point. So this is a good start for the world champion. The Armageddon game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Ding Liren will start at 6:25 local time. That is, if my maths were better, in 17 minutes, I believe. We will go for a short break and we'll be back way before the Armageddon so that we can recap the games so far, how they are doing the rest of the field in Classical, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, how will he face the must-win situation in Armageddon against Ding Liren. But before we go for a break, I need to remind everybody that you can win a t-shirt signed by Magnus Carlsen, and we have a question, or actually a request to you. So those of you who want to get the t-shirt by Chess24 and Altibox Norway Chess, signed by the world champion. It's not a printed signature, it is his signature, literally. I can see that.
So you can't wash it, probably.
Well, if you want to have a t-shirt that you can never wash, but it has the signature of the world champion, then make sure to answer the following question. That is, we're referring to unbeaten streaks. So, surprise, surprise, the question is, name the top 3 longest unbeaten streaks in chess history. You need to post your answer with the hashtags Altibox or hashtag Norway Chess, any of the 2 hashtags you can use until today, midnight, local time. So, this is the prize. It will be drawn, I believe, by us on the broadcast, or maybe outside the broadcast. Actually, I'm not sure, but I think we will be taking part of the drawing of the lots is going to be randomly chosen from the correct answers. So do a research, top 3 longest unbeaten streaks, and then you can win a t-shirt by Magnus Carlsen with Magnus Carlsen's signature. The only thing we cannot promise is that Magnus Carlsen has worn this t-shirt previously. But apart from that, it's a Magnus Carlsen t-shirt.
But he has a winning smile printed on it.
Yes, that's the winner's smile. That looks like someone who wins the 2019 Altibox Norway chess.
Yeah.
We shall see, though, if he wins it today or tomorrow, if he wins it at all. We will go for a short break and make sure to remember the contest. See you very soon.
Da är du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kung C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over och ut.
Welcome back to the broadcast. This is round 8 of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament, and we are about to witness the first Armageddon of the day between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ding Liren, where the Frenchman is in a must-win situation. Once again, the format is white starts with 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, and there's an increment only from move 61. In case of a draw, black is rewarded the full point. That's why it's called Armageddon or sudden death. Judith, how do you see the chances of the Frenchman heading into another Armageddon?
I think it's very challenging for him to show that he is in a must-win situation. We have an English opening. Actually, it's a reverse Sicilian, right? And so we are seeing this bishop b4, knight ge2 line, castle. I'm very curious how we'll be seeing the position after move 15 or 20, because so far in many of the Armageddon games, it was already almost decided who is going to take the point, or it's how the outcome will be of the game. For Maxime, it seems that he's playing very fast, but it goes the same for Ding Liren. The players are playing very fast. Bishop d3, not with the classical bishop d2, bishop e2 and d3 developing move, but he went bishop d3.
Yeah, this seems more original, but at the same time it makes it more difficult for white to develop. He will fianchetto his bishop to b2.
Yeah, b3, knight c6, but now bishop b2 could be maybe a blunder because of knight b4, and after takes, white has bishop h7 check, goes out and goes here. It's not clear whether would it be just good for black or no, playing f5.
Maxime is not interested, so he took on d5 and then went bishop b4.
Yeah, he was scared of this knight b4, and he has his bishop pairs. And, he wants to have an easy game, having rook on c1 and put pressure on the c5 pawn for the moment. Bishop e6, a3 knight pawn is exactly perfectly placed against knight b4. In the other hand, the pawn on b3 is something that can be weak in the future. I would be expecting sometime maybe queen c3 and ideas with f4 somehow in the long run to take advantage of the long diagonal. For the moment, white played castle.
Rook a8 and f4.
Well, of course, f4 is something I was expecting in one way or another, at one point or another. And white has to be playing for activity for his b2 bishop power. And after, if black would be taking on f4, rook f4, it would be something very good. But of course, black does not want to give up the center, and that's why he played bishop d5. So let's see if white would be taking on e5, knight takes e5, bishop d5, rook f5.
Bishop h7 check to then play bishop f5 is an interesting maneuver known in other openings as well, so that the king is on h8. He wanted the bishop on f5 but gives the check first.
Yeah, now white can play, for example, queen c3 to put more pressure on the e5 pawn, where after I believe that black will be going f6 and stabilize his pawn on the center in e5. Let's see what the Frenchman is going to be making. Is he going to play, or he's going to take on e5 possibly? That's also an alternative to white's position. But for the moment, he played rook a d1, protecting the d2 pawn.
Even before it could be attacked by moving the bishop away from d5.
b6, protecting the pawn on c5, and waiting what white will be up to. Queen c3, it's time.
Putting pressure on the long diagonal, as Judith already said. The queen-bishop battery is really powerful.
Probably after f6, white will be bring back his bishop to b1, so it's already good that his...
f6 and b4, now attacking on the queen side. So that is, in case of a capture on b4, black is protecting that square with the pawn, the knight, and the queen, and yet the Frenchman goes b4.
So things are speeding up. C takes b4, A takes b4. I wonder if black is going to be taking on b4.
He takes it, he accepts the sacrifice
takes
pawn.
on b4, he's going to capture on e5, getting back the sacrifice pawn on e5. But now black may be playing bishop b3 or bishop c4, I would wonder, to control the dc and d3 square, and it is just played. It is a very unpleasant move because white's strength was and is the bishop pair. Black has great passed pawns on the A and the B file, while white's pawn are really much, they are not strong yet. They could be or can be powerful, but for the moment it's not the case. If white goes rook f4, then probably I believe that knight d3 would be the move. Things are standing quite well for Ding Liren at this stage, that he's not risking too much in this game, and if he is able to exchange the white square bishop, then it would be a better position for black actually.
Also, his time management has been excellent. He's got 5 minutes left, and the time advantage of Maxim is only a
D3,
minute.
very strong move, and some tactics here, because if black would be taking with the knight or bishop, no, actually knight takes is possible. I think knight takes is possible because after bishop d3, black would be taking, and actually this is what happened. Black would take on f1, and because of the pin, actually black is taking over. After knight d3, rook d3.
Rook takes d3.
This is the move, but black can now, for example, go bishop takes, rook will take here, sorry, bishop takes f1.
To keep the piece.
And now the question is whether who is going to be more powerful, the two bishop and the pawn on e3, or the rook and the two pawns. So black should be trying as fast as possible to push his pawn a5, a4, a2, and somehow help with the rook to queen the pawn. But queen d3, I'm not sure at all whether Ding Liren was aware of this alternative by white. Bishop d3 is on the board. We exchanged all these rooks. So actually bishop f1, this is what we are having on board. I would believe that black is fine, but actually he may be even better. The question is now actually, is he going to go rook d1 first and only after that to play a5, or he's going to play immediately?
And Maxim looked up for a moment to see on what move they are. They will only start receiving increment from move 61, and this is move 29, so still halfway to go.
Well, for now, white is taking the pawns, but the pawn on b6, and black is pushing. We have a camera which is stuck in the right corner.
Camera in the right corner has been stuck for a moment and is still not showing the moves.
Bishop c5, very interesting. Though it is possible that it's not so easy for black also to progress with the pawn. Bishop b4. Now I believe rook b2 will be the move, and it's on the board chasing the bishop. This is a big problem for white, that white will not be able to keep control over this file, I believe. By any means, black wants to chase the bishop away, and if once black reaches the pawn to a3, then most likely nothing can stop him of a2 and queening. Bishop c2, bishop d6, rook d2. So now the bishop is chased, bishop e7 will be played. Now the question is how black is continuing. I'm not sure, because if rook d7, then white can be moving away his bishop to a3.
And there's no rook d3 because of the light squared bishop
But
of
even
white.
here, rook can go to d1, and after king f2, rook goes to a1. White has to move his bishop, and then a3. And but still, I think it is very, very dangerous for white, because the a pawn is usually strong enough at least to make a draw against two pieces, two bishop or a knight against the bishop.
Rook a2 to start pushing the a pawn one more time.
And also the king setting is not good for white. Actually, if the king would be on g3, then it could be already much better setup for white. But now the problem is that first of all, the king cannot be moving out. And let's say if white is going bishop c4, black actually probably will be moving away, maybe rook c2. Actually, that's the move which has to be played. King, rook a1, king f2, a3. And I think now the only move is that chance to go king g3, hiding it away.
He chose king f3.
King f3.
That allows sometimes checks. For now, the bishop is controlling the f1 square.
Yes, because he wants to keep control over the e3. So after a2, actually, white can go king e4. And the black rook is kind of tied down to his pawn. But then it's possible that black is going rook a1 and exchanging for the g2, and black is going to take on h2. On the other hand, white will try definitely to have a powerful pass pawn, e-pass pawn, and it's clear that it's only white who is playing for a win if this happens. So this is a smart idea by Maxim, and it seems like he's happy.
Keeps looking up, though.
For a second. And this is actually the position we are just reaching out. After a2, king e4, he just went rook to g1 and capturing those two pawns. I wonder where if bishop d5, I would think bishop d5 is going to be the move, or bishop e6, but definitely it has to be forward somehow. Bishop c4, bishop f7 is also possible. Bishop d5 in the center, and he goes king f5, which I'm not sure at all it's so good. I mean, it's possible that white is black going to go rook h5, but first he does not want to allow anything special for white. White is pushing e4, so black will have to play check and run now with his other pawn, h5 or g4. Actually, probably I would go for g5 first. And that's what he's doing also, because after e5, g4 is played, and black is really trying to have so many passed pawns. Maxim has to handle, but now, of course, Ding Liren also has to handle a passed pawn. But I think there is a good chance, or at least there is a serious chance, that Maxim can actually win this game, because even mating ideas are possible in these situations. For example, now I believe bishop f6. But
he chose bishop to g3.
He chose bishop g3, rook h3 will be the move, or rook b2, rook h3. It's getting kind of trapped, this bishop, this rook. So I'm not sure black will have enough time to catch the e-pawn, because the e-pass pawn is getting extremely dangerous as well. Very easy to blunder with black, and black has only 1 minute and 30 seconds, while white has more than 3 minutes still. Great chances for Maxim. Very, very good chances.
Indeed, and this is move 47, so Ding Liren still has to play 13 more moves to get increment.
King g7, now white should be moving. The question is whether is he going to move king f5, or he goes forward king d6 or king d7. To make the path for his e-pawn, he's just checking whether really how is time, the move number, right? And king d6 is played. He wants to make sure that d5 bishop is protected, and only after that pushing the e-pawn. I think for black it was a mistake to go all the way with his rook to h3. He had to just push the pawns as fast as possible.
Because now the rook is not helping much. The bishops are controlling all the key squares, the g3, g2 squares, h2
Ding
squares.
Liren is in trouble. In big trouble.
This has been the story of the world number 3's competition here in Stavanger. He would be the leader if it was only about the classical games. But in Armageddon, he hasn't managed to perform very well.
Well, this position is, I believe, a winning situation for white, and black is going under a minute. He only had 38 seconds, went rook d3. I don't know exactly what he wants to do, but probably after e6 he wants to go king f8 and go under the pawn, but still it is kind of tricky. But king f8, what we are just talking about, it's important kind of defense. Actually e7 would be a mistake, because after that king e8 and rook d5 capturing the pawn, but white went bishop h6, king e8, and we see bishop g5, bishop f4, g3, bishop takes g3. What a move, what a move.
Beautiful. In case of a capture, it's check,
and
check,
now
and promotion.
It is a promotion, so it will be Maxim who wins this match. But of course the fighting is still going on, and still anything can happen, any blunder can happen, but I have the feeling that, of course, it is very dangerous for black. They're very easy to blunder, but also the game is simply...
Yeah, it is over. Maxim still has 2 minutes. Ding Liren down to 9 seconds, and the position is winning for the Frenchman.
And king bishop c6 will be the move, I believe.
Maxim is just making sure that he calculates precisely.
Bishop g5 check, king c7.
And
there are
he
some
can just
still
push.
accurate moves has to be done, actually. Bishop c4 I would go, but white, well,
And Ding
and
Liren
bishop f6.
resigns. Actually, he also ran out of time, but the position was winning as well for Maxime. With this, the Frenchman gets a point and a half, and Ding Liren half a point for today's match. And I believe Maxime will join us in the studio. He has been one of the most frequent guests here in the commentary booth. Even after games that he lost, he visited us. So I believe that today, with this great result against the world number 3, Ding Liren, he will be here to commentate on the next Armageddon, because Alexander Grischuk and Vishy Anand also drew their game just when we went on a break, and their Armageddon begins in 4 minutes.
Well, it was very interesting talking about this Armageddon game. I think Maxim had, I'm very curious what he says, what were his feelings when we got to this end game. I believe that black should be actually no problem, but you have to be extremely accurate with both colors when you have these two bishops. But actually Maxim was very cold-blooded. I mean, he could really focus at the crucial moments. And at this point, after rook a2, I'm convinced that black should be just fine in these positions, completely fine. I have the feeling that black had to go somewhere after rook b2, bishop d6. I just do not understand why he did not play rook b3, attacking the e3, while also pushing a3 in the next move. I have the feeling that Ding Liren did not think about it, that things can go wrong for him. But of course, you have to be focused and concentrated until the very last minute, as Magnus is doing most of the time and changing the course of the game.
Yeah.
But I think this was a very nice way of developing his advantage for Maxim, playing bishop c4, rook a1, king f2, and then go all the way to f3. So you can see that he has a great vision in endgames as well, where he can create his chances.
He calculated very precisely, and then you mentioned the other key moment when the rook got a little lost on the h3 square. All the key squares were covered by the white bishops. That's how the pair of bishops can be extremely strong if they are well placed. And in this game, Maxime showed that the power of the pair of bishops with a passed pawn, the e-passed pawn, can be giving him a full point. Back to the World Champions game, who's the sole leader of the tournament, before we start our Armageddon game in 3 minutes.
Well, we have their situation that white just played queen d3, I see. And it is possible because there is a pin. And if black is going to be taking, which actually he should be taking something, either the a3 or e3, but actually it looks pretty bad for black. I wonder if is it a huge advantage for the world champion already? Because after knight a3, white is taking queen a6, and the c6 pawn seems like it is just going to fall off. Black can go queen d6, g3, but I think we have the
We will be joined
winner.
by Maxime to commentate on his own games as well as the next Armageddon. Maxime, welcome back.
I think we'll start with the Armageddon, yeah?
Yes, we'll give you a microphone before you can talk. Congratulations, Maxime. That was a very nice finish, the endgame.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure how things turned out in the classical, because suddenly I was begging for a draw at some point.
Did you consider that black can try g5 instead of the repetition? What was your thoughts on that?
I'll just go knight g1. I mean, this is gonna be good for me, actually. No, my problem was I couldn't make it work here because, of course, I want to take first. Because now, if queen g6, I have g3. And well, there's a subtle difference that I would show. I mean, not so subtle, but anyway. But here, this is strong.
And rook f. Okay.
And there's no way to parry g5. And
So your idea with knight takes h3, that's what Judith was analyzing for a while.
yeah, and I mean, I don't remember. Maybe knight a3 is not the move I'm supposed to play. I mean,
It seemed to be a very nice position for black. Or you were okay with...
no, normally white is supposed to be slightly better, but not the way I played. And so, yeah, here's the point is I cannot play g3 because of knight takes d3, knight h4, queen e4.
But f3?
I think we'll come back to your games, but the Armageddon game between Alexander Grischuk and Vishen has started.
Yes.
So if we can have your expertise on this game first, and then we will go through the two games that gave Maxime a 1.5 against
So
Ding Liren.
Sasha is playing some random opening. But yeah, generally Vichy gets... I mean, this is the kind of position that, you know, Vichy gets and he can play fast, so he should be happy with this line, I think.
c4.
C4, yeah, just play bishop g7, because you're supposed to actually play it when white has knight c3 instead of d3, because then you play d5 in this symmetrical English. So I'm guessing bishop g7 cannot be wrong, and then castle.
And it's played knight c3.
Castle, and yeah, this is okay. Seems like, because yeah, this line is very well known with bishop e3 and I think bishop d7. Yeah, you're supposed to do this. Queen g6, take, rook c1, and queen e6. I think queen e6 is most precise. And something with rook b5 and b6, and somehow you get back through a6 and b7. I don't remember the exact details, but yeah, this
but
is.
But we have bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 makes more sense.
Well, it's a must-win situation, right?
But
d4.
Yeah. You could also have taken on c4 and play bishop e6, I guess.
Yeah.
And knight d7. Yeah, this
knight
is.
d7 a3.
And now you don't need to play e5 just yet. You can play a5, I guess. I mean, I'm not a specialist in these positions, but
well, eventually probably e5 will be played.
It has just been played, and then bishop g5.
Yeah, no.
f6.
Not sure about f6.
No, queen c7.
Yeah. And b4 and now maybe.
Yeah, b4 is inviting. Yeah.
Okay, you'll just. Whoa, this is strange. Because knight b4, bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
But
maybe bishop e7 was blundered. He thought just the position upon
he
sacrifice.
still takes it. It's an exchange sacrifice.
I mean, you have no choice, yeah.
Yeah, well, not anymore, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure this was exactly what he wanted. I mean, Vichy.
It's probably still not that bad, but.
Though he gives up.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have gone for this. And
it's a piece and a pawn for the rook that Vichy has
I
sacrificed.
sacrifice exchanges lightly, but yeah, this. I mean, also you could make a point for the knight being on b4 so solid.
Well, white should take
because
it.
Because I mean, normally this is Volga type compensation for white, but if you give up this dark squared bishop, then probably white has some sort of compensation instead.
It's interesting that Alexander is thinking.
Yeah, here I mean I think it's a no-brainer. You have to take it, otherwise rook e8. Unless you have some ideas, like knight g5 maybe.
And to take bishop d5?
I mean, I'm trying to think of something that... Yeah, this could be interesting actually, because rook e7, no queen b3. So
yeah, but actually
after
bishop g5, knight g5, bishop f6 is possible, or knight c6?
No, bishop f6 I would be happy. No, actually knight g5 you sort of want this knight to e4 anyway. So maybe this is what he's considering, but he's taking far too long. I mean, this is...
Yeah, his time advantage is evaporating.
He had a great time advantage, but no, it's...
Not anymore soon. Well, still 7.5 minutes.
No, but I mean, he had gotten like a minute, an extra minute from the 3 already had.
True. Grishuk taking
Maybe-
his time.
Maybe knight g5 is good, but yeah, it's unpractical to think for that long, I think.
Well, maybe it's nothing special, right? After rook e8 takes. I don't know if knight f7 is possible.
King takes,
Bishop d5, king e7,
king f8.
f4, I thought.
Oh, e4.
e4.
Yeah.
But if bishop d5, black just goes rook e7.
Yeah, queen b3.
Knight f6.
Bishop g2 back.
Maybe
I
black should
understand.
be h6 first and only then knight f6.
No, knight e4. You should go knight f6, but okay, this has gone for
So,
for 2 minutes.
c5.
C5. Oh, actually, yeah, this I missed completely. No, it's a
C5
very
and
interesting
bishop
move.
d6.
Yeah,
That's true.
but
So he
rook
doesn't want the rook.
a6 maybe.
Yeah, and if knight
Because
d2,
I wanted rook
yeah.
a6 anyway.
Well, probably it's kind of the only move. Rook a6.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice. No, but at least it sort of makes sense. Maybe his plan, no, knight g5,
Rook
rook
e8.
8, bishop d6.
Take.
No, not this. Take,
Takes.
queen takes, queen b3 now.
Queen e7.
Yeah. Seems to be too much. So rook a6. I mean, he has to go rook a6. I think.
She was surprised on that move.
Oh, he played rook
and he
e8.
played rook
Okay,
e8
bishop d6,
instead.
queen d8.
Yeah. No, this looks very, very difficult to defend for black here. Also,
Yeah, it looks very unpleasant
maybe
and
bishop
very,
f8 though.
very
Yeah, he played
much
bishop f8.
Grischuk's game.
Knight c4 was played by
Oops,
Grishuk.
knight c5. What is knight c5?
Knight
Oh, he
c4 was
didn't
played
play
and the
bishop d6.
capture on
Knight
d6.
d6.
Knight d6, rook e6.
Okay, that makes sense. Like you get your knight on d6, but you're not threatening too much the knight on
Well, you
d4,
have
so
to
it's
come
very
back because
helpful
knight c5 is a
to
threat.
prevent bishop d5.
Or you have to. Can he take on b7?
But it doesn't do much. I mean, if knight takes, bishop takes, rook b8.
Bishop g2?
Yeah, queen to c7 or something. I don't think it would be so much. Maybe
Bishop h3?
no, yeah, yeah. That's if knight c5, knight c8, yeah. Yeah, that would be better for white. And if f5, no, you get queen
Well,
b3.
f5, that's
Oh, f4. F4 was played. That's nice.
f4.
Yeah, if knight c5, rook d6, pawn takes e5, then
Knight e4, f6, f5.
no, maybe not. But just rook b6 is forced, and that's not so great. So he took on c5 anyway.
But maybe knight f7, no?
Oh, knight f7 also. Knight f7, I'm not convinced you. Oh, okay, he does it. But I'm not convinced because the rook goes back to e7. Whereas here, I mean, maybe queen d6 was the issue actually. Oh yeah, this was the issue. This is almost better for
Well,
black.
knight f7, Vichy is not happy to
King
have this
f7, knight takes
No,
c5.
I think he should be happy. Rook e7, unless there's some f5 here. Maybe.
f takes e5.
Yeah, I don't like f takes e5.
It's a check.
I think f5 was more interesting. King g7, and now the king is sort of safe.
Queen b3.
Yeah, but what do you get next?
Queen b3 has just been
Queen
played.
b3.
Yeah, rook a7 I think is strong. Oh, queen
Yeah,
g7.
because b6 and
Yeah.
the 7th rank is...
Okay,
well,
queen
still-
c7 is more direct. Could be good. If you get this pawn on e5. Yeah, that's why I really think that f5 was on move 23. It would be interesting to see.
Instead of f takes e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen c7 seems to be a good move. Having his
Yeah.
queen in the center. Good
Yeah.
counter-attack.
Maybe no, but okay. Sasha just needs to play fast. Yeah. No.
4
But
minutes
good,
versus
to
3.5.
play good, it also helps, right?
No, but like maybe
Rook
something
C1,
like this. I mean,
B5.
I would do this and just
Bishop f5.
yeah, and rook c5. I mean, of course I
Yeah.
understand I'm not better,
Yeah.
but
But you have to make moves.
yeah, and to
Yeah.
put pressure on time because that's all that
Well-
remains. And yeah, he's only 30 seconds ahead on the clock. Still, it's not that bad for him because
Rook AC1
3
was
minutes
played.
20 might not be enough in this sort of position. So yeah, he probably goes knight e4. Yeah,
It's not done yet.
yeah, no,
But
it's
queen
done.
b2. Queen b2 was played.
Oh, he played queen b2. Yeah. Okay, he wants to keep some sort of
Pressure.
bind.
But I think black will play bishop f5 anyway, or bishop g4, no?
Yeah, you would be up here with knight b7. Yeah, you would be up here with knight b7. So bishop f5, I think, is very strong.
Even with queen e3 check, you can go first. And bishop g4.
No, but why would you go bishop g4, bishop f5? You know, safety
Just
first.
to take on e2.
I thought I was greedy.
Well, it's just
No, I understand it's probably a good move,
And
but bishop
bishop
f5 is so
F5 is
safe.
safe.
Yeah, count on Vichy to play the safe moves. Knight b7 or
Takes on
b8, I
B7.
think.
Yeah.
If knight c5, no knight d3.
Well, now it's a problem because black has after rook c5, queen e3 check.
Yeah, exactly. And rook
And
b7. So yeah, and this would be completely lost for white. Also, rook f3 maybe gives some outside up. He goes rook c5, yeah. Yeah, I don't
Even
see
rook
any immediate
C5.
tactics that ends the game here.
In terms of time, it's 3 minutes versus almost
2
3
and a
minutes, 2.5 for Vichy Anand.
I mean, my guess is he will go queen e3 check. Yeah. So king h1. He took. No, he didn't take yet. Thinking if there's any other move better than, like maybe bishop takes d3. Oh yes, he goes for it.
Bishop takes d3 is on the board indeed.
Well, probably rook f3 has to be made.
Yeah, queen e2, I assume,
Queen
queen d4,
D4.
and king g8. I think you're fine
Rook
because
rook f8, there is no move.
no, rook d3 would work, but queen e1 check. I think this took Sasha by surprise.
Maybe rook f8.
What?
Rook f8. Rook f3, queen e2, queen d4, and rook f8.
And
Check.
rook takes f8.
Check. Bishop. Knight on b4. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, otherwise it would be.
Well, I don't think it would work anyway, but so he took.
Yes, the capture on
Knight
d3
takes
has
and
happened.
queen
Knight
c2.
takes.
Okay. Oh no, queen c2 of course. Yeah, if knight c5, queen c5 actually. This must be his idea.
Has just been played. Knight takes
Also no,
c5.
maybe knight takes. But knight takes rook c8. Looks worrying. But queen c5, also queen e5 is possible. Should be enough for black to make a draw here.
And the time situation is almost identical. 2 minutes left for both players. No increment until 61. That is 30 more moves. Queen takes.
Yeah, I think queen e5 now. Or maybe d3. D3 is possible, right?
Yeah, d3, queen c3, queen e5.
He goes d3.
And d3 is on the board. Queen d6.
Queen e5, no? If queen
Has just
d3,
been
rook
played.
b7. Think that unless there's no rook f7 check is not nearly working, so I think that sort of ends the game.
Yeah, more or less. There is not much chance to create with white.
It's a minute left for Alexander Grishuk. Minute
So
and
queen
42
a3,
seconds for
but not
Vichy.
d2. Yeah, d2. Maybe Vichy will win his first game in Armageddon because I think he made lots of draws, but
He was very solid with the black pieces,
yeah,
yes.
maybe rook f8 here.
Rook f1, rook b1.
queen e1 check.
But okay, rook f8 is...
Ah, you wanted rook b1, but
better.
rook take queen e1, bishop
Yeah,
f1.
bishop f1, queen e4.
King g1.
Well, it's probably...
Iron. No, but like rook f8 much.
Yeah.
It's much more sensible. Or rook a7 actually. That's so. Yeah. I think Sasha will.
Professional.
I mean, he can
minute
play knight
left.
c6, knight takes e5, but that doesn't give any hope.
That's what he has to do. That's the only move he can go for.
Yeah.
Knight to c6.
No, yeah.
Just
Any,
rook d8.
I mean, any move. Like rook c3 maybe, to have some rook
d8
b1
was just
ideas.
played?
Oh, rook d1, rook c3, yeah, that makes much more sense.
Rook e3, yeah.
Yeah, that.
I think maybe rook e3 is even better.
No, he played rook c3. No, but rook c3 is better.
Knight g4, rook c1, knight f2.
Yeah, and
rook
that
e8
will be
and-
resigned.
Well, bishop
Yeah,
f3.
rook f8 was played by Vichy.
Rook f8?
And
Ah,
a
there,
handshake.
immediately, yeah.
Vichy wins with the black pieces. A draw would have led to the same result, but after this position, of course, he wanted to
Yeah,
play for a win.
so yeah, this is the only question I have. I mean, one of the only questions I have.
Yeah.
F5,
So-
the idea would be GF is sort of forced and no,
e4?
yeah, something like this. Pawn takes, queen h5.
But maybe it only looks good. Though king g8, queen g5.
Yeah, king to h8 now.
Yeah,
And-
but since it's likely that Vichy will visit us too, I think we should look at your game,
Yeah.
Maxime, before Vichy arrives.
My game was...
So we're discussing the
we
classical.
were discussing the
that,
classical, but yeah. So yeah, what I said is that I couldn't make it work for me. So maybe this is the way I should have gone, but I didn't like it so much.
Yeah.
I thought it's better if I can get king h2, knight g1. This was my idea, but this didn't work. So maybe this is the way to go, but it looks a bit scary. And here in the game, I'm just forced to repeat moves. If I go queen g4, for instance, I mean, I'm sure there are other ways, but this is,
Rook f4.
yeah, this is absolutely convincing. So I had to make a draw, and then in the Armageddon,
How
mean,
did
I
you
just-
feel in the opening?
I just played random moves, and they were not so great. So maybe I should have gone not a lot c5. I don't know. I was trying to get sort of a game, but he played some nice moves here. Rook cd8 was nice, and I mean, at first I thought I could, grab the pawn, but then after queen b2 I couldn't find a way to keep that pawn. And I'm not sure there is. Maybe, now that I think about it, e4 is possible, but then maybe even bishop c6. Yeah, so that, and I mean, taking the pawn on a7, yeah.
Yeah.
No. I am greedy, but not that greedy.
Bishop
Oh,
e2
wait.
and stuff, yeah?
Oh,
And... okay.
but that would
Now we're
have
talking.
trapped the queen.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
and unexpected.
So maybe that's what I should have done. I mean, we need to calm down on this. It's unclear it works, but if it works, it's pretty nice. So anyway, in the game, he played nicely. I mean, I went b4 because otherwise I think it is too solid. And now maybe bishop b3 was...
And bishop c2.
yeah, in any case, I wanted rook takes b4,
Yeah.
and this endgame could be slight trouble because these pawns are not advancing that well, and my central pawns will be supported by my king. So maybe this gave some hope. Bishop c4 was nice. Here, of course, I saw rook g8, and this was sort of my hope. I think it's
Yeah, here
still
you
very
can
drawish,
press.
but like king f2, king h7, g4, then king to g3. This pawn is not advancing, this rook is stuck, so I thought I still have some chances. And in the game, I think this should be a draw. A5 was a nice move, otherwise his pawns are not advancing that well. And here there should be a draw.
What about just rook b3, no?
Yeah, rook b3, I wanted...
I mean, once the pawn gets to a3...
Yeah, no, you're right, of course. I wanted this, but it doesn't work.
Well,
You can take
takes
on
e3.
Yeah. This...
But you played excellent. It was a very nice idea you played afterwards.
No, rook b3 I saw, but I was hoping on... No, okay, I mean, like, I think rook b3 was good, but... then I...
Yeah, this was a very nice way of playing it, probably the best way, right?
No, I saw it at
King f3, king
immediately,
e4.
and then I thought this was a draw for black after rook c1, but then I noticed I just go like bishop e6, and after rook c3 it still has a problem to maybe, or maybe bishop d5 is more precise to prevent rook c6.
There was rook f1 check here.
But king e4.
King e4.
Yeah. And this is winning.
You think this is winning already, yeah?
I mean, yes. This rook is stuck.
No, I mean black has to go rook g1.
Okay, he could
It's
go. The only question is if he goes like, I don't know, something like this, and maybe stays. Maybe if he stays, he has some hope, because it's not clear how to get.
How you can.
Yeah, maybe this
okay.
is the way to go, and because bishop a3 doesn't help rook b1, bishop a2, rook b1, rook a1. So then I will have to give up probably the
e3 pawn.
Yeah. And yeah, I was going to press here, but I'm not sure if it's an actual win. Probably it's a draw.
Well, anyway, it was a nice win, bringing out the king. I mean, when you had to be, you were sharp.
It was a very sharp game. But yeah, I'm just still wondering what in the world was my preparation in the classical.
Maybe we'll know about that at the next super tournament where you play the same line, hopefully in the future.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you so much for showing us your games and also for the commentary on Vishy's Armageddon. He will join us now in the studio to tell us about his thoughts. Congratulations once again and good luck tomorrow, Maxime.
Thank you.
For the last round. Thanks for being here.
And now we'll be joined by the 15th world champion Vishy Anand, who has won his Armageddon against Alexander Grischuk with the black pieces. With the black pieces, normally we have seen very solid openings and solid games because black, in case of a draw, gets the full point in Armageddon, but Vishy went on to win with the black pieces, and we hope to hear from him very soon. I think he's about to join us.
Yeah, but I see that for now, what you can't see, the viewers and the fans, there are a lot of things happening around us.
Yeah.
And actually, Maxime really got excited in the game of Anand while we were commentating. And actually, Maxime is catching Anand and asking his questions personally. But we hope that we're also going to get Anand in the studio sharing his thoughts. And actually, he is coming.
And that's just about to happen.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Vishy. We'll give you a microphone before people can hear you as well online. Congratulations on winning with the black pieces in the Armageddon.
Well, winning, I mean, it's. I think White's supposed to commit suicide because of this draws, and often does. So.
How did you feel about your classical game first against Grishuk?
I was happy to get in some preparation. E6 I had checked exactly this line till the very end. I mean, in my notes this is the draw that I had. So luckily this one line. I mean there are other
Queen
lines.
G3?
And
Actually,
King F7.
we had
King F7.
okay.
And simply Queen D6.
Yeah, this is what we're looking.
And now Rook C8 is the best.
Well, I was sure that it's worked out, and that's why I think Grischuk was hesitating. He knew exactly that it's homework for you.
Yes,
and which one to choose.
Correct, but I mean this is obviously just a draw. And
so okay, there was not much things happening for you, anything new in the classical game, and then you went on to the Armageddon.
Yeah.
What are your feelings about that in the opening?
Well, I missed b4 first of all. Otherwise, I might have played bishop f6, for instance. I missed b4. But then I liked this exchange sack a lot. Probably I should play knight c6, bishop f8, and play a5 and go back to b4. Because I again missed c5.
We were also considering with Maxim knight g5.
Then I missed f4. And I think Maxim was telling me some f5, but I don't even know where.
After knight c5, rook e7.
Yes.
f5.
Here.
No, but gf5 or d4?
e4 and queen h5, and your king.
Well,
it's tricky because your queen on d8 is hanging.
So the queen will triangulate to f6 or something.
Yeah, it's like f5 takes e4,
d3.
and you take every possible pawn, and then it's not so easy somehow. You get
But
the
I don't
check.
see the win. King g8, and then king g8.
Yeah,
And I'm
but still,
threatening
it
queen
doesn't look
f8.
so nice.
I'm threatening e2 and
That's
queen
true.
d4, so...
That's true. That's
Not that I saw any of
very
this,
true.
but it doesn't seem obvious that I'm in trouble.
Yeah,
In fact, I'm threatening rook e8, just exchanging queens almost, so...
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was something.
But
of
I mean,
course-
I think f5 would have been good for shock effect because when you have 4 minutes, then it doesn't matter if it's correct. Like, for instance, what Maxim did in his game.
True.
I mean, he won because at a certain moments he played moves which had a certain effect, and then Ding completely, because Ding had a comfortable draw for a very long time. But anyway, somehow in this chaos, it managed to hold.
well, actually,
I mean, I had no idea what was going on, but somehow here, I mean, my first idea was I must be winning with rook b7. But then take and rook f3 suddenly comes. Probably I should have done it anyway. But then I decided to invert the order and take it like this.
Yeah.
I mean, he can play rook f3 here and we have madness. Queen e2, queen d4 check, king g8.
Yes.
I might be winning, I might not, who knows.
But he played very slow.
Well, you're supposed to. I mean, if you have 3 minutes advantage, you shouldn't play as if you have 7 minutes. I mean, you have to pose. Actually, White has to pose problems.
Yeah, but for example, he was thinking quite a lot at this point. He was thinking.
It's not an
It's
easy
not an
position.
easy.
Yeah.
You have to
I
make
mean,
a
there are-
decision.
No, the point is also that Black is responding to everything with an exchange sack. So for c5, I could have played rook a6 also.
That's what we were expecting
Yeah.
actually after c5.
No, but suddenly I thought, why do I need to sack the exchange? I can play bishop f8.
Yeah.
So, and also I can play rook a6 takes d6 later, I thought. But
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it
when you
doesn't
had
make
these
sense to
thoughts, of
talk
course,
about
we are
Armageddon,
talking
yeah, I
about
mean, we
fraction
just,
of seconds.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
just flashing these thoughts, right? So, did you feel any uncomfortable situation at any point that you are on the edge of losing or a big danger?
I didn't see anything that far. I mean, there were a lot of moments where I understood the position could be dangerous, but I saw no point in thinking very much. Also, I was getting down to 3 minutes, and if you run down to 2 or 1 minute in this kind of position, you may not have time for any decisions later. Like I think later on, I was able to invest a little bit time here, and bishop d3. A couple of moves like this are difficult, so okay. Anyways, no point commenting on Armageddon. So.
Overall, what do you think were the key moments and where did he make the last mistake?
In this game, I have no idea. It's quite a difficult game to give an instant opinion, and I think typically people who see it, Sasha and me both attacked Maxim right after this game. We showed him like 8 draws we had found for Ding, and so I think he was waiting to return the favor to me.
So he will be the one to tell you first, or your team. But overall, a very impressive performance by you in the Armageddon matches that you have played. Earlier, you were very solid in the previous rounds where you had to play with the black pieces in Armageddon. You were rock solid, and today it was even a victory that gives you the same full point for the Armageddon victory.
Well, I mean, it's a little. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think there are any victories in Armageddon actually, unless White wins. I think because White is playing under this pressure, he's often taking quite unjustified risks. So it's not a normal victory in any sense.
But you
In
did
fact,
win with the white pieces.
Well, in fact, my let's say I don't even remember whether I agreed to draw or resign to Yu Yangyi, but he could have taken either offer. So I think it makes no sense to think of it like that. I would just say that I got the job done today. So
And you did win in a very nice style against Ding Liren with the white pieces in the
Yes,
Armageddon.
that was a nice thing. But then I played some really ghastly games. I mean, with Yu Yangyi, I could have won that game as well. my game with Magnus and my game with Fabiano were just absurd. So, I mean, both games were just embarrassing. So, what to do?
After having had these 8 rounds of experience in this new revolutionary format, what is your impression on the tournament, the classical games and then Armageddon, and what color do you prefer now? It's white. Is it white or is it black in an Armageddon game?
You know, I think it's slightly unfair that the tournament ranking is +1, +1, 50%, +2. Because, you know, I've grown up, I mean, my whole life, you think if you work for 4 hours, that should count for more than working for 20 minutes. So for me, my scales are a bit confused, let's say. Having said that, you know, if this is a better format for television or something, then fine. But I'm used to seeing it as some kind of injustice. It feels wrong that Ding is in 4th place, and now will probably, I don't know if he stays in 4th place or what happens. But with +2 that he's in 4th place, I'm not. Then again, I'm not saying it's unfair because we knew what we were getting into, but something feels wrong. I can't.
Well, I think it's definitely very difficult to adjust when you're playing chess for like 35 years or more,
That's
right?
another thing. So I don't want to be a wet blanket also, but you know that's. That's
Yeah, but of course it's very hard to adjust to the new system. That you actually have to be extremely sharp in the Armageddon if you get to that.
And I mean, for instance, okay, his games haven't finished today and tomorrow, but I think Magnus is showing that actually colors don't matter. If you're strong enough, then you can just keep winning with both colors. I think all this colors and all is only for the other guys.
Yeah.
Magnus just keeps on winning. But so, you know, very impressive, and especially given that he's made whatever +17 this year or something. I think it doesn't matter that he's +1, but I still feel that Ding's +2 should be worth something. But
He's gaining rating for the +2 and for other tournaments.
well, for him it's important because he's actually trying to qualify by rating.
Yes,
so
for the candidates.
maybe he's happy with it. So maybe everyone's happy. So.
How happy are you so far with your tournament? Even if you would think that this experimental format may not be your kind of tournament.
Look, I don't want to be too excited about a -1. I think once you start getting excited about -1, then that's not very nice. But it's fine. I mean, this moment game, I was suddenly on tilt, and then after that, I've stabilized a little bit. So it's okay.
Still one more round to go, so we wish you the best of luck for the last round against Aronian, and congratulations one more time on today's victory.
Okay, thanks.
Good luck, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Sure.
We still have 3 more classical games of round 8. One of them is the game of the world champion and the leader of the tournament, Magnus Carlsen, with the white pieces against Yu Yangyi. So we will catch up with that position. Wow. Let's just catch up with the last 10 moves.
Well, it seems that white is having a very comfortable position. Where we actually have seen it last time, it was Queen D3. And black took Rook E3, a nice simplification, I must say. And probably it was a must from black's point of view. Rook takes E3, Knight E3, Queen A6, Knight C2. And after Rook D1, black took on A3, exchanging the bishop, which was a must from his point of view. And now we have a different color bishop, which of course gives a lot of difficulty for black actually, because now the double F pawn is a problem. Not a real problem, but it's like white is having an extra pawn, and the C6 is a very weak pawn right now for black, and actually there is a huge time advantage also what Magnus has. And the question is, how is it the best to play and continue with the black side? As in some way or another, I believe that black will not be able to save the C6 pawn.
And if that pawn drops, material advantage for Magnus and a good chance for winning the classical game. He may win the tournament today. If he wins the classical game against Yu Yangyi and Aronian doesn't win the classical game, then it will be already the case that Magnus can claim the title with a round to spare. So let's check Aronian's position.
Yeah, let's see what's going on with Levon Aronian. And, well, we haven't seen it for quite some time.
We missed quite many moves because of the 2 Armageddon games, so now we are catching up with the current position.
Yeah, I'm not sure we should be looking all the way, all the moves happened. Black.
I think just briefly to go through the moves and what the situation
it was
is.
interesting that Black went for knight a5. This was kind of interesting for me that this was played, probably wanted to attack over the c4, so White played b4. Capture was played, so Black forced White to open up the position, and Black went back knight c6, trying to exchange the rooks. But White was deciding to move away and not exchange the rooks on the a file, and Black started to develop and improve his piece play by playing bishop e6 for later square to free it for the queen or the knight on d7. Knight d1, now the regrouping started for knight d1, knight e3, controlling some of the important squares. Knight e7, with the idea that after castle Black played c6, I guess he wants to play d5 at some point, but I'm not sure it will work out very well for Black. White played bishop g5, so I guess after d5 White wants to, generally he wants to capture and ruin the king pawn structure. So Black went knight d7, queen d2, putting pressure over the d6 pawn. So now d5 is not possible still because simply White would be actually just taking, and it's not possible to take it back because of bishop e7. So Black played h6, asking the bishop, where do you want to go? And there is not much of a choice for White, so obviously went back to e3, which after the knight on d1 cannot be ready to jump to e3. Still White will have to decide how is he going to deal with his knight. Black went back to f6, and now White played knight f2. Interestingly enough, White decided not to play bishop f2, for example, because it seemed that it would be very slow. Probably d5 would be already coming. But after knight d2, d5 was played. Of course, this is the moment. If Black was really playing the last 5 moves, in order to play d5, then if you say A, you should say B as well. And let's see if, White can kind of a logical continuation is taking on d5, takes, for example, to go bishop c5. So for the moment, d takes e4 would be not possible because of capture the queen, and then the e7 knight would be under attack. But after bishop c5, if Black goes out with his rook, then probably bishop b5 is also coming. Though Black can go bishop d7, queen takes d7. And, well, it doesn't seem too bad for either color. But let's see after what Levon is planning after d5.
Still a complex position, but Levon Aronian has spent way more time getting into this middle game. He has only 37 minutes left, and there's an increment only from move 41, which is trouble.
Well, actually, there are some strange knight maneuvers were happening, right? Because White played knight d1 and back to f2, while Black went knight d7 and back to f6. So it's kind of strange things were happening in the last few moves.
Yeah, it seems that he may have lost the thread a little bit. Levon Aronian is currently in second place, and he really wants to win because that's the only chance for him to catch Magnus Carlsen in the lead. But for now, he's struggling with his time management, and he has to speed up not to get into serious time trouble. There's one more classical game that's going on between Mamedyarov and Vasily So. If we can bring that up as well. Maybe, yep, if we managed.
Yeah, this opening was interesting. We left when it was c3, more or less. This was the position. And, well, knight was moved to d4. This was pretty obvious that White will want to move with his queen in the diagonal of d1 and h5. And after bishop e7, white ran out with his queen to f5. f5 is always kind of very safe for black, to be honest, because when the bishop is on e7, really it's controlling the g5 square very stably, and by playing f5, black is controlling the g4 square, and black may just simply go bishop f6, which is also defending extremely well. e4, queen f4. So things started here to be a little concrete, because for now white has to defend the knight on d2. And after rook d1 happened, black just forced the queen exchange by playing queen h4. So this was,
queen
I
g4 to trade queens.
Queen takes g4, f takes g4, and white went knight c4. Well, I'm not saying that the g4 pawn is just completely happy there on g4. Maybe if it would be on g7, it would be more
A
stable.
normal position.
Yeah, and this pawn can be vulnerable sometimes. So we have some moves. That's why it's on my board. All the moves are played.
The current position is the one after g3. This is move 25. And here it's Wesley who is getting into some time pressure.
Yes, now the problem of black can be the c6 knight, as the question is whether can black go rook c8, or in any way can the rook become active, because let's say if the rook would reach to b2, then it would be already, of course, no problem at all. Actually, maybe black would be better. But for the moment, black is a little bit having trouble with his rook. So, for example, if rook would go to c8, for the moment, I believe white can take on a7. And if black goes back to a8, then rook d7. And white starts moving his pawn. So this is not something that it is possible for black. While if he's going a6, I believe white will be moving rook d7 possibly. Or even just wants to go king g2, and after rook c8, white would be going rook d6, which looks very unpleasant for black. Of course, black may try to play rook c7 with the idea again to go rook b to the b file. But in that case, white can go, for example, knight a5, attacking the a6.
And covers the b7 square so that the rook cannot be activated.
Exactly. So this is not something black is aiming for. Somehow black definitely should look for some activity, which I don't see exactly how he will be able to reach that, actually.
It's not an easy situation. I was going to say difficult for Wesley with the black pieces, and also he is in some time pressure already. As we mentioned, this is move 25. He still has to play 15 more moves to reach move 40, and after move 40, it's when they start receiving an increment, but even the increment is not much. It's only 10 seconds. So some pressure on Wesley. And also the other two games are still going on. Magnus Carlsen being the leader, Levon Aronian trying to win, to try to catch Magnus. These are the main storylines of today. We'll be back with these games and a guest after a short break. Make sure to remember our contest as well, the quiz to win a t-shirt of Magnus Carlsen, signed by Magnus Carlsen. That's on our social media on Twitter. And we'll be back after a few minutes. See you very soon.
er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Welcome back to the broadcast. We are being joined by Mr. Øyvind Fondoren from Fondoren Watches. For 3 times in a row, it's the official timekeeper of the event. Thank you so much for your continuous partnership with Norway Chess.
Thank
and
you
welcome
for
to the
having
studio.
me. Thank you.
I see that you have prepared a box, so maybe we shall start with what's in front of you, and if we can show it to
Yes.
the viewers.
We have Fondoren Axla, frost white, yellow gold, and this is the prize for a competition we have for our viewers. And the winner will be drawn live tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. I think.
Indeed, tomorrow on our broadcast, we will draw the winner of this beautiful watch, a Fondoren limited edition watch that you can see also on our Facebook and Instagram. If you haven't tried to win it yet, you should. You still have a day to participate in the contest. And at the same time, I wanted to mention that how special these watches are that you are wearing, because you
Yes.
have 2 wristwatches actually.
Just to make it in time.
Yes.
Which one shall we start with? Tell us more about those watches as well.
Well, we can start with this one. This is a Grandmaster. It's a watch inspired by the game of chess. And it is made in only 200 pieces. It's a Swiss-made automatic watch. And was awarded to the winner last year. One special one, and then it said winner Norway Chess, and it was Fabiano Caruana who won it. And then the year before, we gave all the contestants a Grandmaster. And this year, we have designed a very special watch. It's a official Norway Chess watch. And there, maybe we can have a photo of it.
Yes,
But
I think of it if we have the photo close-ups to show that this is a famous game on the watch.
Yes, this is actually instead of, there we can see it with the box, instead of our markers, we have chess moves. So this is a very famous game with Reti Tartakover, and it was played in Vienna in 1910. And it's a mate, beautiful mate, queen sacrifice, and mate, bishop d8. And it's just in 11 moves, and it was a really inspiring chess game, I noticed. And then we came up with this idea that, okay, how shall we make a Norway chess watch? Shall we just make a bishop or a rook or a knight, or should we try to do something more? And on the back side, it's engraved the whole game with white and black's moves. And it's also limited edition, only 75 of the blue one, 150 of the silver, and 75 of another silver. And the fun, or for me, it's very touching and moving, is that all these blue ones are sold out, except for 2, which I have here at the playing venue in the shop. So there are only 2 left, so that makes me very happy.
Well, you should hurry up if you want to pick up one of those limited edition watches with the Reti Tartakover game. 11 moves, and yeah, that has always been one of my favorite queen sacrifices because it's such a short game.
Also, and actually we've seen, if you're paying attention to the advertisement, which was just played before we came on air, you can find that game.
Oh, in the ad.
Yes.
Very observant,
Yes.
Judith, as
The
usual.
bishop d8 mate
Yes,
is just
you are
right
correct.
there.
Speaking of the ad that our online audience has just seen as well before we came back on air, that features Grandmaster Arjan Tari. Tell us more about Arjan and your partnership with Arjan.
Yes, Arjan Tari, we are sponsoring him. We've done it for 2 years, and I've written a 3-year deal. And he is, as you know, and many of the audience know, he was the junior world champion, very strong grandmaster and up and coming. And He's a very nice guy in addition to this, and not a bad actor either, as you can see from the film. So we are very happy to sponsor him. And we also sponsor 2 other Norwegian young players, Johan Salomon and Johan Sebastian Christiansen. So we are very attached to chess. I am personally very interested in chess. I love playing, although I am at a totally different level than you guys. But chess is for all, no matter your level. And time is of utmost importance in chess, and that is why I think that watches and chess is a very good match.
What made you inspired to make films also about chess and Magnus Carlsen?
Yes, when I was a child, I dreamt of making film, and I studied film in London and worked as a film director for 25 years. And of course, I wanted to make film about something that I really am interested in. And in 2003, I think we heard of this young boy that was such a prodigy and incredible player. And then I knew Simen Agdestein a little bit from before. And I asked, can you arrange a meeting? And I met Henrik and Magnus, and we followed them on tournaments in Reykjavik. We were in Tripoli in Libya, where he played Aronian. And we followed the famous footage, and Kasparov in Iceland. And it was just fantastic. It was a new world for me, opening up to follow these international tournaments personally, to be there. And then the film was very well received in Norway, because this is more or less a rags to riches story. Everybody loves that, and Magnus is fantastic. And then in 2016 we made a big feature film called Magnus, who we were so thrilled that was selected to participate and premiere at Tribeca Film Festival in New York, which is Robert De Niro's festival. So it's been very good, but now all my focus is to fulfill my childhood dream, to continue make watches and to continue a close partnership with Norway Chess and chess in general. So I am very thrilled to be here. It's so exciting to see these new rules. So many exciting Armageddon games.
What do you make of the new rules? And now that you mentioned the revolutionary format,
I think it is. I watched the 5 or 6 first round from home on your broadcast and on the Norwegian TV, and as a spectator, it was fantastic. Very exciting, very viewer friendly. Although I understand people say, "Oh no, you can't do this," but I think it's fantastic, and I think it's proven a success, since I think it's half white, half black won the Armageddons, isn't it? Or is it more or less?
Yeah, black is being very solid in the Armageddon, and that gives black the full point in Armageddon.
Yeah.
And it wasn't clear whether white or black is better.
So I think they have done well in it's something new, and maybe chess needs some new ideas in this tournament. And it seems that I talked to some players last night, and they like it. It seems it's exciting.
We also think that the feedback overall we see on social media has been really positive. It's a welcoming change. Of course, there can be always modifications. It's an experimental format. No one says that it's perfect, but we agree with you that it's media friendly. So many people in Norway are glued to their screens. Yes. It's primetime television, and you as a film director, I'm sure that you're also looking at it from that perspective,
yes.
That how long the game lasts, and then there's an Armageddon. We know from what time till what time the broadcast will be on.
Yeah.
At a regular tournament, it may be an hour long, the game, or 5 hours, or 6 hours.
Yeah. And also to sit and watch, for the regular viewer to watch a game 6 hours and then it turns out to be a draw, it might be an anticlimax. And also, since now they don't lose rating on the Armageddon, okay, maybe they are happy with the win in the Classic. Okay, I lost the Armageddon, but okay, I gained some rating. So I don't know. I think it's a good and bold move from Norway Chess.
As bold move as creating a watch that has a chess game on it. I really like the idea that you replace the numbers with chess moves.
Thank you.
If we can one more time show the picture of the limited edition Norway Chess watch that has the logo of the tournament on it, Norway Chess. and there's a limited edition of the 3 different versions of this watch. You can pick it up at the website of Fonduren. I believe
Yes.
people can order it.
Fonduren.com or .no if you are in Norway. And it's fair price, and it's a good Swiss-made movement, and it's a nice, classic, elegant watch in my humble opinion.
And if you want to win the Axla watch that we have also showed at the beginning, that's tomorrow's contest. We will draw the winner tomorrow on the show, so we will welcome you one more time in the studio. And thank you so much for sharing your views on watches, on films, and the revolutionary format that we have here in Stavanger.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Welcome back to our coverage of round 8 of the Altibox Norway Super Tournament. We have 3 more classical games, and one is the main court. World champion Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Yu Yangyi. Judith, how do you see this endgame where Magnus has 52 minutes versus 14 minutes for Yu Yangyi, and the initiative clearly going in white's favor?
Well, the situation, what I see in the games right now, it is that there is a very good chance that Magnus will win already the classical game. Of course, It is not so easy to win the game, but it is very unpleasant to play it with the black pieces. And the big time disadvantage for Yu Yangyi is not necessarily the biggest problem he has. That's only to addition of the position he has to deal with. If we look at the position, White just played after g4, bishop d1. For the moment, it seems like that White is withdrawing with his bishop and is taking off the pressure from the c6 pawn. On the other hand, White is going to show up with his bishop from b3, attack the f7, and also if he wants to put pressure on the c6 pawn, he can do it from a4. So it is a very difficult position for Yu Yangyi, and I have the feeling that he is struggling here. Very difficult to look for counter chances. He already actually gave up a pawn, which is most likely not going to be taken right here and now because of rook d8, and black would get the activity from his side. But I think after king g5, White would probably continue it with either bishop b3, for example, with the idea that already after that black can take on f7. Let's say black would be capturing on h3, king h4, then actually rook f7 with the tempo it can be played. But let's say after g takes h3, black is doing something, h4. That's not a good move, but I just want to show that after rook f7 already and rook d8, White is able to play d5. And after c takes d5, c6, so the passed pawn, the c passed pawn will be decisive, I believe. At least it is awfully difficult for black. To be honest, I would be very surprised if this game will be saved by Yu Yangyi because of the time, but also about the position he's handling. And the other problem for black that instead of king g5, for example, he was not able to force, he was able to force the exchange of rooks, but it would be very bad because of bishop a4, and immediately White is grabbing the pawn on c6, and the two passed pawns c and d would just lead to a win for White.
It's a very problematic situation when even the opposite colored bishop endgame, which seems to be very drawish in most cases, but in this game of Yu Yangyi, even the opposite colored bishop endgame would be a losing position because of the DC passed pawns, as Judith has pointed out.
Well, now also White, I think he can also think about playing king c4 with the idea of playing d5, for example. There is another idea to play bishop a4 immediately and trying to play d5, and after capturing it really to have the c pawn, the passed pawn really running on the c file. So there are a lot of things black has to be facing right now. Actually, I'm even wondering if well, maybe that's already too much what I'm thinking, that in this position f4 can be also something to consider for White, and after king takes f4, rook f7. But I think it probably is not so good because black is going to move away and he's going to try to play king g3, though I'm not sure, like White, king c4 and then bishop c2. So there are a lot of alternatives for White, for Magnus, to improve his position. I would think that king c4 is one of the best improvement in the position, so that after, for example, g takes f, g takes f, for the moment king h4 is not going to be working for black because rook f7 attacks the bishop, but also later on at some point from bishop c2 attacking the f5 pawn. It is a lot of trouble for black.
Bishop to a4 by Magnus, indeed to put pressure on the c6 weakness. And as you said, it's equal material, but the white pieces are more active, the white pawn structure is better.
I just think that the position probably it's even, we can say that it's winning.
Well, in case of a victor, Magnus will be awarded 2 points. That is the scoring system. A classical win, a win in the classical portion means 2 points. And Levon Aronian would need to win his game against Fabiano Caruana. So let's check that position.
Well, this is the position they are having right now on the board, and Aronian is getting pretty low on time, already under 20 minutes, while Caruana still has the double of time, 42 minutes. And Fabiano has just a very nice position for now. He wants to go with queen to b4 or queen to c5. He's stabilizing his position. Also, f5 can be a nice active move. And the white knight on f2 is not really standing so well. So black is more active in this position. The c6 bishop is more active than the white one on e2. So actually, if in this game it's going to be a draw and at the same time Magnus Carlsen would be winning his game, then we would have a winner of the tournament.
With a round to spare, Magnus Carlsen claimed his title. The last time he won in Stavanger was in 2016. Out of 6 editions of Norway Chess, he has only won one time. That was in 2016, but he can claim the title for the second time if he wins this endgame, which seems to be winning. It seems to be a good advantage, at least some advantage, maybe even a decisive advantage, as Judith said, for the world champion. And that will mean that Magnus Carlsen keeps winning every single tournament that he has played in 2019. All the tournaments he has played.
And now we had a move, f4 was played by black, which, well, probably it's still the best try, but I'm thinking that white, for example, can force matters, taking on g4. Now f3 was played, sorry. f4, f3, so let's say if black is just moving a move, a6, then white's plan is to exchange everything on g4, I believe to come back on d1 and possibly go to f3. Or after king g4, just simply take on f7. So after f4, white played f3, which seems to be very strong. If black, let's say, takes and king h4, still it's not really an option because rook f7 would come with a tempo, attacking the f6 bishop, and still black has no time to capture on h3. So it is very frustrating to play it from the black side for Ding Liren, and he has already 10 minutes left on the clock.
Only 10 minutes, and the position is the main problem. As you said, we have a third classical game that is between Shahriar Mamedyarov and Wesley, so we could check how that game is going right now.
Well, black brought his bishop all the way to e1 to try to attack the pawn chain on starting from f2 to h4. It seems that there was a repetition of moves, I believe. No, well, not really repetition of moves, but after king e3, bishop c3, black still has his rook on a8. This is the biggest problem of the position. From a8, if black would be able to bring his rook on the b file, already he would have some, well, great saving chances. But right now the position is right this after bishop e1. So the question is whether is white going to play king e3. But the bishop is still active and it's not in danger for the moment. But white definitely has to make a decision to play king e3 or king e2 back, which they had just a move ago. It is very passive for black, this position. On the other hand, it's not so easy to have a winning plan for white. For example, it's a first question to me whether should white play a4 possibly.
To fix the pawn on a5.
To fix the pawn on a5, and it's not so easy to make a move for black. Black can try rook a6, but after rook a6, actually, for now, I think white would go knight b8, and rook b6 again is not possible because
of the fork.
So black would have to go back rook a8, and after rook b7, for example, it's still not possible to take on e5 because of the fork, but also after rook a8, possibly knight d7 check, and after black is going out, white would just capture the pawn. So here also black is struggling in this position, and definitely we have this position again on the board. So there was a repetition, king d3, bishop e1, king e2, bishop c3. And
once they repeated.
Yeah, it was only once repeated. So I'm expecting either to have a4 or possibly it's time to play f3 and create a passed pawn on the king's side. And if, let's say, black is capturing on f3, takes, white's plan is to go g4 and somehow create the passed pawn on the king's side with the h-pawn. But it is very clear that white is the one who is playing for win, and black is really fighting for a draw. It would be a nice idea to play king e3 with the idea king f4, king g5. But until the moment the bishop is on this diagonal, on a1, e1 diagonal, white is not really able to play king f4 because black will go simply check on d2. So that plan will not give white the full point. But white will have to make a decision how to improve his position. For example, the bishop on c3 is important, that it attacks the e5 pawn, so that knight on c6 is actually tied to the e5 pawn. Otherwise, let's say knight a7 would be pretty good, coming to b5 and coming to d6. So let's say if in this position what we have, if white would have his pawn on f4, that would give maybe a bigger advantage in the position. But okay, for the moment it's Mamedyarov's move. He has 26 minutes. They have roughly this similar time, 26 to 28. And Mamedyarov has to come up with a straightforward plan how to show that he can win the game.
I think we have a few more moves in the Carlsen Yu Yangyi game. Bishop a4.
After f3, this is where we were. Black played rook e8, immediately trying to take advantage and counter chances after f3, so to play rook e3. And white just simply took on g4. Because the c6 pawn is under attack, so it can be taken any time. And for example, if white would have taken on c6, possibly black would go rook e3 and after king c4, for example, playing g3 and really attacking with rook e2 and g2, capturing the pawn. So there would be some counter chances for black. And this is why f takes g4 was played, I believe. So after h takes g4, white is going to be simply capturing. And if let's say, well, if white can also capture the c6, then the game would be over.
Yes, once there's a DNC pawn appearing on the board for Magnus Carlsen, there's no one stopping those pawns. Looking great for the world champion, who may win the tournament after today's game. And there's only 6 minutes left for Yu Yangyi, which makes things even worse if it wasn't already bad enough for the Chinese grandmaster.
Well, it is getting very close that Magnus might win the tournament already after 8 rounds, before the last round is even starting. And
that
we
would
have
be
this on the board.
impressive, especially looking at the whole year that Magnus has had, winning every single event where he participates. And here too, it wasn't that clear cut. He did have a very difficult position against Levon Aronian. He was basically lost, and it wasn't lost for one move. It was lost for the majority of the game in the classical game against Levon Aronian. He escaped from that classical game, and in the Armageddon he bounced back immediately. And it was a bit similar against Ding Liren. It wasn't that much of a trouble, but he was on the defensive. He had to survive an endgame where he was a pawn down. He managed, and then he won in the Armageddon again.
Yeah, but that's very clear that especially if he's going to win this game, it is very clear that when you are a winner of such an event, you have to have also in games where you have luck.
Of
right?
course, and
where
he
your
earns it. He earns his luck. As you said, he's the one who focuses with 100%. Even at this very last stage of the game where there were mistakes. We have seen blunders or imprecise moves, and that's not the case of Magnus. He was always alert in the key moments.
Well, in this position, really, we see Yu Yangyi going under 5 minutes already and having a lost position. So we are most likely not going to see an Armageddon game in the match between Magnus Carlsen and Yu Yangyi, because it is already very hard to imagine that black will be able to create any serious defensive or counter attack in this game. After hg4, Yu Yangyi is thinking, shortly going down to 4 minutes, to Magnus's 47 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Yu Yangyi, of course, is a very promising player. It's one of the first occasions when he gets to play a super tournament of the standard Norway Chess, the strongest event of the year. And he also got a wild card for the Grand Chess Tour Blitz and Rapid in St. Louis, which is great that he is going to be invited to more super tournaments, because he's clearly a very talented player. It's the first time that he's facing Magnus Carlsen in a classical game, if I'm not wrong. And it's a difficult challenge to face the world champion with the black pieces in your strongest ever tournament that you are participating in.
I wonder if they really it's their first classical.
I think it's their first classical game.
Wow. Well, it will not be a positive start, I must say. And black played rook e6, defending the pawn on c6. And now the regrouping was starting by Magnus bishop d1 to really have it on f3, defend his pawns while attacking the c6. Actually, black's pawns are all vulnerable and possibly will be falling off. Rook e3, king c4, and black is thinking, but actually I think he might be thinking more or less of resignation, or what else can actually he do, because all pawns are hanging. a7, f7, and bishop f3 is coming to attack the other third pawn on c6. So what a performance by Magnus Carlsen.
Incredible, winning 6 Armageddon games, and this will be his second classical win.
And at the same time, the second seeded player who is number 2 in this tournament at this point, Levon Aronian, is playing with the white pieces here. But actually he's not having a very nice position. Contrary, he has a very unpleasant position where Fabiano Caruana, who is number 2 in the world, if I'm correct.
Still number 2, but Ding Liren is very close on the live ratings. And actually we have a tweet about those 3 players. If we can bring up the tweet of Grandmaster Daniel Gormali saying that, can we now talk about a big 3 in chess? There's a clear rating gap now opened up between Magnus, Fabs, Ding, and the rest. And there was one player who responded to this tweet, and that's number 4, Anish Giri, saying nope. If we can show this tweet later to our audience, that would be lovely. What do you think of this tweet, that there's a gap now between the world number 1, 2, 3, that they are one group, and we have then the rest of the field, including world number 4, Anish Giri? He does not agree. Judith, how do you see it?
Well, I think it is kind of tricky to say that there is 3 players and the rest, as actually there is quite a big gap after Magnus right now in rating.
True.
There is quite a big gap there, and it depends on what form they are from one month to another. The rating is very important, I believe, and this is what we have in chess, that shows who you are, what status you have in the world of chess. But we all know that there are very little small details, small differences between the top players. Mm-hmm. And even Magnus was extremely close, losing his first
spot on the
world
list.
Ranking list, right, when he was only 2 ahead, two rating points
ahead of Fabiano in London.
From Fabiano, but now, of course, he shows that he is better than all the rest. Mm. Here he shows it, and he shows it in every single tournament where he's playing this year.
He said better than all the rest. It hit a melody in my head. Isn't that a Tina Turner song? Or no, Whitney Houston. Is that one of... Which one? Do you know that song, when you're simply the best, better than all the rest?
Yeah, I know it because I was listening that a lot. I was winning for that song when I played the Hungarian Championship in '91.
Was that your winning song?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting here all the backstage information. Judith Porgard, during her career, listening to "You're Simply the Best."
Yeah, Simply the Best gave a lot of energy.
Oh, nice to know. So that's a hype song for Judith, a warm-up song.
Yeah. And we had a few moves since. Yu Yangyi has under 2 minutes and an awful position. So after bishop f3, he just went to hunt the a2 pawn, which is not going to be a big loss for white. And actually his c pawn just has all the free steps And nobody will stop that pawn, I believe.
Yeah, it's paved all the way to c8. The rook cannot come to c2. The bishop cannot do anything about the c7 square, this f6 bishop. So this is a lost position for Yu Yangyi, and that will mean that if Magnus Carlsen gets 2 points for this win and Levon Aronian does not win in the classical portion against Fabiano, even an Armageddon win will not be enough. So there's going to be way too much of a gap between the players, and Magnus Carlsen can claim the title of the 2019 Altibox Norway Chess Tournament with a round to spare.
I'm not even sure whether in the last years were there any tournament where it was
such a big difference.
Before the last round, Magnus
not in
won.
oh
maybe?
Magnus, not in recent years, I think. And also,
But before he
also
won.
in general, it's not easy to win super tournaments. That clearly, what came to my mind immediately was, of course, the 7-win streak of Fabiano at the Sinkfield Cup years ago. But it doesn't happen often. It's not easy.
No.
It's also true that here the scoring system is different, so that changes the dynamics. But this is the rules here, and this is how the players adjust to the rules.
Absolutely.
But impressive, still really impressive by the world champion, winning every single event he plays. Still not official, but seems to be very close to doing so.
Well, this is the position. He has 44 minutes, a winning position, I believe. Yu Yangyi has 1 minute and 3 seconds. From now on, he's going to receive 10 seconds, but it is impossible that it can really turn over, I think. So c6 is the the move which should be played, and I don't really see what black has in mind. If a3, c7, rook a1, so c8 would be a mistake because of rook c1 check, but white can, for example, just simply play bishop c2, and in the next move, for example, after rook c1, king b3, a2, white would be queening. But maybe this is not the simplest win. I'm just checking what is really happening here. And
Because this too
let's
seems
say
to be
check.
made in a few moves.
and then check, and then check. Actually, maybe I found a way where actually white is sneaking, goes out.
Okay,
And
maybe
actually-
this is not the clearest of wins for
Okay, so I
Magnus.
found finally a way how not to play it with white, it seems. Or definitely it's not the best. So probably after c6, rook a1, or a3. Okay, so c6. Actually, that we have on the board, c6. a3. Well, it's possible simply to play king b3 and or c7, rook a1, and now king b3, for example. I mean, it's possible to play after rook c1, bishop b7, and actually game is over.
Only 19 seconds left for Yu Yangyi. He is receiving the 10-second increments. This is move 42, but that's not the problem. The time.
And he played a very smooth game today. He had just out of the opening. It was slightly better for white. It was no risk, nothing like that.
Yeah, typical game by Magnus. This is how oftentimes we see the world champion prevailing. He had a slightly better position, comfortable, but already after the opening we said that this is going to be difficult for Yu Yangyi. And basically it was a tiny bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it was just very comfortable to play it for white, especially in the situation what Magnus had. I mean, is 2 points ahead, he's playing with the white pieces, just slightly better, unpleasant to play it with black, clearly.
We are just moves away from the world champion winning his
Black
game.
just played rook a1. And in the meantime, actually, in the Levon Aronian Fabiano game, it's right now we have just a pawn sacrifice has been made from black side, e4. And after f takes e4, black played knight e5, trying to play for the white weak squares. And actually, white is maybe getting uncomfortable situation right now, because the question is how white can be defending against f takes e4 in the next move and controlling the f3 square for the knight.
Levon Aronian is the one who, in case he wins in the classical game against Fabiano, he still has a chance to catch Magnus, but it seems that he is in danger of even not making it to the Armageddon. It's not about whether he can win the classical game.
And we have c7 played on the board. And, well, there is not much to be done with black. After a3, white is not going to go c8 for sure, but I think the simplest win is indeed king b3 or bishop b7. You can start also with bishop b7, but I think king b3 would be the very precise way of doing it and making the win after rook c1. Just simply bishop b7, and king b3 is on the board right now.
That's a classy move, stepping out of the rook c1 check, so white is threatening c8, and Magnus Carlsen wins his second classical game, wins his 8th game, including 2 classical wins, 6 Armageddon matches, and if Levon Aronian does not win against Fabiano Caruana a classical game, then Magnus Carlsen is the champion with a round to spare.
And we have a lot of people here, flew in already for round 7, but now round 8 we have more and more people flying in, journalists and enthusiasts, and we were just hearing some clapping, some Norwegian bunch of people having fun and cheering for Magnus winning already almost the tournament, but for sure he won his classical game, which he won actually the first one, and in round 8. All the rest it was Armageddon, so it's
a nice bridge.
Yeah.
2 classical games, and in between all the Armageddons. Of course, he will play tomorrow his last game. He will aim to win that one as well. His last opponent is none other than his challenger from the London World Championship match, Fabiano Caruana. And Fabiano is here to stop Levon from trying to catch Magnus. So basically, Fabiano has both Levon today and tomorrow as Magnus. Tomorrow, his opponent is Magnus. Not an easy end for Fabiano, who hasn't had the best tournament here in Stavanger this year.
Well, for now, we can focus on his game, I think, because it's getting very interesting. As Levon Aronian is having a difficult situation in the game, he has 6 minutes left, a little bit less than 6 minutes, while Fabiano has 32. And Fabiano has the real initiative here. Bishop d1, I think it must have been kind of the only move to defend against the potential f3 happenings. And, well, we'll see whether is this sound, the pawn sacrifice, what Fabiano have just made. I think he might be just simply taking back on fe4, with the idea that if white would be taking on e4, it looks extremely dangerous for white. First of all, there is an idea of just simply takes, queen c5 check, king to g2, but it seems that white is just getting away here after queen f2, king h3. It seems to be kind of safety on h3. So after knight e4, I would be thinking probably how to take advantage. Of course, a draw is there for black without any problem, even simply knight e4 and grabbing back the piece. But after knight e4, I would be thinking to play, for example, what about queen f7? Trying to put pressure on the f5, but probably white is able to play bishop e2, and still bishop e4 would not give much for white here. So after bishop d1, now black has to be smart. Black can go queen f6 or queen f7, maybe. But in any case, even if black goes queen f7, white will be going bishop e2 and trying to hold the position from the white side.
How do you see the chances of Levon and Fabiano? Who has better chances of not having to play an Armageddon because he will win the Classico.
I don't know. Now I'm wondering if queen f6 is possible with the threat of knight f3 as the a1 rook is not protected, and if white is moving away somewhere with his rook, then f takes e4, for example. And it looks quite dangerous with the knight f3 idea, though it's blockading pretty well. So if bishop e2, it is not clear. Maybe here white can hold. And actually f takes e4 happened right now, and bishop e2. So actually knight e4 was not played, he went bishop e2 anyway.
This is the current position with Levon having only 6 minutes left. Fabiano Caruana half an hour, and this is move 35. This is an applause for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he treated the audience treats him back.
He deserves it.
He
deserves
of course goes to live on TV2, on the sport channel.
And we hope to have him in the studio after his appearance on Norwegian television.
Okay, so f takes e4, bishop e2, and Levon Aronian is holding on. Actually, he just seems to be saving his position pretty much because of his queen on e3. It's a great defensive piece. I was wondering maybe, well, if queen c5, I believe white can either take and then knight e1 and fast reach out the e3 and blockade. So queen e5, I think it would be not good to try that way of going. But if after knight f3, white will definitely not take, but going to be playing king g2 and still holding on the blockade with his queen on e3. But for example, what about knight d4 now? With the idea of knight c2 or knight e2 and push the pawn, of course, that could be deadly dangerous for white. And actually, I'm wondering if after knight f3 what white has in mind. Because of this knight d4, I think it can be decisive. And if white has to take on f3, takes and playing queen b6,
it's still attacking
I have
the bishop
the feeling
on c6,
that
but
e3 is killing, and after here there is a beautiful way of f1.
Oh, and then queen e2.
And queen e2 capturing the rook.
With a check.
Though after e takes f2, I think king f1 can be the move, and still white may hold it. White may hold it.
By a thread, it looks very suspicious.
So now black is thinking whether should he play knight f3, which after I see the only move to be bishop f3, rook f3, queen b6, but I have a bad feeling for white. I think black can simply go queen f6, attacking the rook on a1, and let's say after rook d1 to play e3, though maybe knight g4 is possible here. Knight g4.
In all these positions, Levon Aronian is on the ropes. He's down to only 6 minutes, but the position is more problematic than the time situation. He was aiming to win today so that he could catch Magnus Carlsen, but now it's about trying to save it, trying to save this game against Fabiano.
Absolutely, absolutely. Knight f3 looks so tempting. But in the meanwhile, we can have a look what's really happening between the game Mamedyarov and Wesley So. And what has happened in the last few moves is what we were discussing actually after the repetition. White decided to go to play f3 and try to get a pass pawn on the king side. King f3, a4, g4, and black actually played king g7. I believe with an idea that maybe after g takes h5, he will be ready to play rook h8 and try to activate his rook already, but still it seems difficult, more difficult for black.
I think it has just been played, the capture and rook h8. 11 minutes left for Wesley So.
And 20 minutes for Mamedyarov, and of course king g4 is played to defend his pawn on h5. Why not? White has the double pawns on h5, on the h file, but still it's an extra pawn. And the black rook still does not get real activity because of this powerful knight on c6, which controls the d8 and the b8 square as well. So I would be kind of expecting a3 from black. No, he played rook g8 with an idea to give a check with his king to go king h6.
That would pick up the h5 pawn after the king has to move from g4. But it takes a tempo to do it, and then the f7 pawn will still be hanging anyway.
Well, right now, of course, if white would like to make a prophylactical move king f3, then he has to face rook h8 again, and it was only a repetition of moves. So that's the question, that what can white do in order not to repeat moves and allow black to play king h6. And let's say if white is going rook a7, king h6 wouldn't be a real problem for white, because simply king f3, and while the h5 pawn can be taken, the f7 is also under attack.
Yep.
But I think after rook a8, rook a7, rook c8 would be possible. And if white would be moving away with his knight to e7, then finally already black would be able to reach this dream that the rook goes to d8 and really get some activity, which actually could save black. So this is now the big question for white, that after rook g8, how can he improve his position? So I would be thinking actually about rook d7. But in any case, black can go check on h6, and after king f3, for example, going rook g1, again, it's like you let out a wild animal from the cage. And this rook can be very dangerous, and suddenly the c6 knight is not doing too much.
Yeah, speaking of wild animal, the position of Levon Aronian is not improving. Black's pieces are being let out.
So it was played what we were discussing, knight f3, bishop f3, rook f3, queen takes b6, queen f6. So now the question is, how can white defend himself? Is rook d1 something that he's going to save the game, or is it not going to be enough? Actually, Fabiano is playing very energetically in the last 2 rounds. He made a very, very good game against Anand until
Almost
the point.
won the classical game.
Yeah, he was completely winning. He made a beautiful combination with the rook sacrifice, with the check, and when it was easy, when it was already easy, kind of only simple moves had to be found, and he missed those, and actually he went on to draw the classical game.
Yeah, he
won.
said that it was the time pressure that made him panic, as we already mentioned multiple times. The players are not used to not receiving increment. It is normal for them to be under time pressure, but that time pressure usually means that you get an extra 30 seconds every time you make a move. And here, there's no increment until move 41, and even from move 41, it's only a 10-second increment.
So I'm very curious whether it's rook d1 or something else. The question is whether rook d1, rook e1 is also something to consider, but I'm still not seeing what happens after rook d1, e3, and white is going knight g4. But maybe actually the simple way of playing just queen e6 looks very annoying for white, actually. If queen d4, black is playing e2, rook e1, though I'm still not seeing how exactly white is losing, but it definitely looks very scary for white.
It looks like it's
Well,
moves
actually,
away from
rook
the
takes,
loss.
takes, and e1.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. Deflecting the rook from e1 to promote. And the problem is that rook takes e1, queen takes e1 is mate.
Checkmate. Yeah.
It's a pretty mate.
So now it is difficult for white. So after rook d1, e3, I was wondering if queen d8 gives any help to white, but I believe that actually, I think simply black can take on d8, takes, goes out to h7, and wherever the knight is moving out, black goes f2, e2, and the rook's f1 is not protectable, or to queen the e pawn. And Aronian has less than 2 minutes, 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's definitely far from fun for him.
It's no fun at all when you have to defend a position that seems to be lost. It just once again depends on precise calculation, but this time Fabiano even has time to calculate. Calculation has been always one of the best skills of Fabiano Caruana, and when you give him a position like this, he is gonna be brutal. He will have no mercy on his good friend Levon Aronian.
And Levon seems to be kind of not relaxed, but he's checking the lines, but he's going under a minute. He's going under a minute. Is he going to lose on time?
Well, he's very close to it. This is move 37. He still has to play 3 more moves to make it to the increment, but in a position like this, when you are about to be mated or the e-pawn will promote, you can't just leave it to the last 40 seconds.
Maybe rook a6 is the move which is possible. I wonder if rook a6 is possible with
30
the
seconds
idea.
left.
e2, and he played rook
to d1.
d1. With 25 seconds on the clock, and he has to make 2 more moves before he gets this
10
wonderful,
seconds.
fantastic, lot of time, 10 seconds per move.
This is an uphill battle for Levon Aronian in all possible senses.
I definitely would not like to be in his place.
No, it would take a miracle to escape from this position. The position seems to be lost for Levon Aronian, and he is also down on time.
It is very stressful for him. Of course, Fabiano knows it, that he's so close, that the position is so dangerous for white. But still, he has to find the best moves, and he knows that he should not be playing too fast because he has to find the best moves. So e3 seems to be the best move, the most straightforward. Otherwise, if white would be on move, queen d8 would be just reaching a draw. But after e3, it seems to me that queen d8 is not enough, because actually king h7 is possible, but also queen takes d8, rook takes d8, king to h7. And if white is going from f2 anywhere with his knight, really e2, and it's unstoppable to have rook f1 or to queen the pawn. So I'm pretty sure that Fabiano is wondering what can white have in his mind after e3. How can he think that he can survive? If knight g4, this seems to be the only move. And after this, we were discussing queen e6. Queen e6. The knight is hanging on g4, which is not the end of the world yet. The most important for black is to play e2, and this is what we checked: if queen d4, e2, rook e1, rook f1, and e1 queens, and this seems to be a winning position. As after queen d8, black can go either queen e8, it's good enough. But let's see if after queen d4, e2, rook e1, not rook e1, sorry, after queen e6, if white goes, let's say, queen d8 check first, and after king h7, if, let's say, white is going to d4 defending his knight on g4, and black goes e2, but I believe that it's not going to change anything. Black still can do the same idea, because after e1, queen d3, king g8 would be a mistake because white could be taken queen f1. But after queen d3, black is simply going queen e1 to e4 and wins the game.
Yes, threatening mate on g2.
I'm really curious on e3 what kind of alternative, saving alternative white has.
This seems to be the end of Levon Aronian's hopes in trying to catch Magnus Carlsen, who hopefully will join us now that he is done on the Norwegian television broadcast, and he will be the winner of this year's Altibox Norway Chess if Levon Aronian cannot win today in the classical game. We are being joined by the world champion who has won his game today and is very convincingly winning Altibox Norway chess this year. Congratulations, Magnus. You're about to win it, but yes, you're right. It's not official yet.
Anyway, I have a big game tomorrow, so I'm not.
You're not celebrating just yet.
No.
No, you cannot celebrate until the tournament is over completely. What can you say about your game? Which were the critical moments?
Well, I was taken by surprise in the opening. It doesn't play the Slav so often, and so I decided to go for this offbeat line with e4, bishop e2.
It looked like you have a very quiet, very solid, very good game. Was my impression correct?
Yeah,
like
sure.
after knight d2, something, yeah?
Like, basically, I mean, before, what he does is not very critical. I think he wanted to get a solid position like in the Caruana, like...
Yeah, with extra pawns on b2 and b7.
Yeah, like if I go bishop c4 and then... But maybe I had underestimated bishop knight d2, because now I get to...
but the structure is much more dangerous for black without the b pawns.
Yeah, exactly. But only because I get to rearrange my pieces. If he gets this, I think he's fine, because he's also going c5 at some point.
But knight d2 was very strong.
Yeah, knight d2, and then I think rook e1 was also good. Waiting where he's going to put his bishop. Like if he goes bishop a6, for instance, I think I take with the bishop. To avoid the pin. And then I'm not so sure. I think knight c4 was just a huge mistake.
Was it a blunder?
I think it was a blunder. Yeah, because
queen d3. Maybe he was not.
Yeah, he thought for a long time after queen d3. So clearly he was calculating the consequences of bishop c6 and also knight c4, and then he just missed queen d3. That's what I think anyway, because there is no...
Yeah, you don't really go into this with black, right?
No, exactly. So, and here there were also some... He also had the option, I think, of going queen to c8. I thought at the very least I would have this.
Can you just... You don't want to take on c6 because takes and bishop h2.
Yeah, sure, but also he can take on a3, which I thought was not so clear.
But then rook e8 and queen a6.
Here?
No, after bishop c6, knight a3, check and queen a6.
Queen e6. That's I think that's a problem.
Okay.
But yeah, here, let's say take, and he's maybe still in the game, but barely.
But it's awful.
It's really awful.
It's awful.
And
I mean, it's like you have a pawn up and the c6 is fully gone.
And also like what happened in the game.
Does black have any chance to save something like this? Like if, let's say, you would be on the black side, would you think that you have real chances to save?
Virtually none.
This is what I had the feeling that...
Yeah, it's just too bad. I mean, I get the pawn to c5 and then I think it's just over, to be honest.
Yeah, with the c6 weakness. You said you haven't won the tournament yet because this game is still going on. Can we just have your thoughts on the current position between Aronian and Caruana?
Yeah, it looks very, very bad for Levan, but you know, it has to be played still.
Oh, king h7 simple?
Yeah, king h7, maybe he goes knight to e5. e3, rook e1. And then
if after rook f8, rook d8 is the only
Yeah,
move
this
since?
I thought maybe this is
takes and king h.
Takes and king h7, then you have queen d3. But maybe this is the point.
Yeah, rook f1 e1, or takes and queen g4.
King h7, knight e5 has been played.
King h7 was played.
No. This doesn't work at all. Rook h8 and then knight e5 would come.
Yeah. So king h7 was played.
Yeah.
King
and
h7
knight e5.
And knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, king h7, knight e5.
Where's the knockout?
Rook f5. Rook F5.
Okay,
knight
so maybe
C6.
it's simply like this. Yeah? Queen F5. Yeah, it's mate.
And after captured,
Yeah.
mate on G2. No checks for white.
Maybe even Queen F6 is more precise, just to take the bishop. Let's say.
But you want to take the rook on F1 E1, no?
Yeah, but you take the bishop and then the rook. So. Just to be greedy. Really greedy.
Ah, you mean after King G2?
Yeah, King G2,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
so
like...
Queen F6.
And it's curtains.
Yeah, absolutely curtains.
How do you see the other positions while we wait for Fabiano to make a move and congratulate you on the victory?
Yeah, thank you. I think this should be a draw.
It was
For you.
very interesting, you know, it was this position. What do you think? I would think this was the position. And White started to play F3 because the C6 knight is paralyzing the A8 rook, right? But how to win it with White? Or you don't have the feeling
the rook
that...
is coming up, huh?
Well, not really. I wanted to play A4 with White,
I wanted to play for. Okay.
just in case. But if Rook A6, then Knight B8.
Levon Aronian resigns, and that means that Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the
Queen
2019
H3 was
Altibox
also
Norway
mate,
Super
yeah.
Tournament, but he already knew
yeah.
it, so not a
Queen
surprise.
H3, that was nice.
Okay, so officially you won the tournament.
Now we can
Yeah.
congratulate
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
But tomorrow, of course, you still have a fighting game, as we expect from you all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm black with Fabi, so that's as tough as it gets. But it's nice to have a tournament victory in hand. But for me, nothing is done. It's a huge game tomorrow. We play for pride. We play for rating points. It's a big deal. Always to play Fabi. So I'm looking forward to it.
Can you tell us a little bit about what made you so fantastic this year after the World Championship? It's like you really got like a lot of energy, a lot of appetite for chess, fantastic ideas in rapid, in blitz, in classical, whatever it comes to you, you just kind of kill everybody.
Well, I would say that this tournament, the classical part has not been so convincing because I feel like I've gotten great positions, or at least very interesting positions, especially with white, but I haven't really managed to use them well. And in a couple of games, I've been either lost against Levon or much worse against Ding. So it hasn't been that great, but fortunately I've been good in.
Yeah, but you adjusted very much to the new situation, new opportunities.
No, clearly, I mean, at some point I didn't care so much about classical since I knew that I was winning the Armageddon games. But yeah, in terms of ideas, it's been great. I feel like there are still a lot of ideas from the World Championship match, and almost in every game I get to use a little
You
piece of
also
it.
tend to sacrifice pawns very frequently.
Yeah.
Is
We
that
were
a-
curious about the Alpha Zero influence. If you think there is any influence on your chess by Alpha Zero,
Does it give a more self-confidence to sack pawns because seeing some of Alpha Zero's game?
Yeah, I've been influenced by my heroes recently, which is Alpha Zero, and also one of my seconds from the World Championship, Dubov, who has has a lot of these ideas with sacrifices in the opening. So I've in essence I've become a very different player in terms of style than I was a bit earlier, and it's been a great ride.
So how is it possible for a champion like you to refresh yourself and get the challenges you're facing, to have the appetite for chess? Because you're such a big champion for quite a few years, and you started it quite young. I just saw the film about you with the Prince of Chess. It's nice to see you back when you were 13. But how do you find the challenges for yourself?
Well, I mean, it's been easy this year since I played so badly most of 17 and 18 in classical. So I really wanted to regain my position in the rankings and everything. So it's the motivation part has not been a difficult thing at all, and I still feel like I can do better.
This is fantastic to hear from you, and we are very much looking forward, I think, to see some more success of yours.
And tomorrow's big game against Fabiano, we know that you will be fully motivated.
Yeah, for sure, and I think he will be as well. Since the tournament has not gone well for him, but at least in terms of classical, he has +1 and he has the chance to overtake me. So I think that's something he really wants to do.
Definitely.
Congratulations on winning the tournament and good luck for tomorrow. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
The world champion.
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Welcome back to the broadcast. We are being joined by the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, who won his game against Levon Aronian in style. Fabi, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We'll need to see some of those details in this beautifully finished game that you played with the black pieces.
Yeah, I was kind of pleased with the opening. I mean, he played this line, it was Magnus's idea, because usually they play like bishop g2, and after castle e4, take, it's supposed to be okay, or d takes, it's supposed to be okay for black. So Magnus had this idea during the match. If castle, there's knight e2, so white avoids this. And if take, you can either play b takes, which is a bit different, or d takes, d6, and here you don't have to play bishop g2, you can play either f3 or queen c2 like he played. So actually it was interesting because Magnus has been playing this stuff from the black side, like exactly this. Against Levon, he played it. It's a clear tempo up for white, but still seems like a decent position. And I think this was a very questionable move.
Yeah, this I was wondering that what is the real point of that?
I didn't get it. Because if you wanted to play like f3 and put the knight on f2, then I guess he could have done it like this. I mean, you can do this. Like Grischuk against Maxime yesterday, same. So yeah, I thought this was weird, but I guess it doesn't change so much. And yeah, here I wasn't sure which plan, but I just decided to put my pawn on a5 and a4. Because a4, knight a6 looks really, like after knight c5, white will play b3, and then you can never really move your queen, or something will have to defend the b3 pawn forever. So he had decided to avoid that.
My question was after bishop e2, that knight a5, is it a natural move?
No.
I was kind of surprised on this move, that is it really forcing white to play b4, or it's only provocation?
I don't think so. Well, the thing is, bishop b6 is the most natural, but here white plays f4. And this I didn't like.
And knowing Levon, he would.
I think for sure he would. Because it gets like rook e8, rook g1, it gets very dangerous. Yeah, f5 and bishop g5 and bishop h6 and then knight g4, you know.
But nowadays not castling and doing things like this, it's very common.
Well, I think it's super, like also white can sack the pawn e5, take. Let's say black were to make some stupid move. I mean f5, bishop d7, I think it's already
long castle.
Like stuff like this is...
what about fg and rook g6?
That's also mate. See, that's
learning from you from yesterday.
That's the tactics I can learn from. So that's why I didn't play that, and I had to find a move. I wanted to play knight a5 and bishop b6.
And what happens at f4?
Yeah, I mean I don't have to take, but also I thought
rook e8 and then
bishop c6.
Your bishop is not in the wrong
different story.
Direction.
Yeah, it's just basically two free tempi for black. So I was sort of expecting. After knight a5. For him to... Okay, knight d1 was an option, but I thought it's fine for black.
I was kind of surprised on b4.
Yeah, I was too. I was expecting castle, bishop e6, and now b3, take. But I think what he wanted to avoid was b5. And this looks... It looks probably good for black.
Yeah, that's true.
The other
b5
option was like knight d1. But here he can't achieve f4 anymore, so I thought I have a comfortable position. Like knight d7, for example. And then I can start to maybe attack it like this, you know.
Yeah, it looks like pretty okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay. But I mean, what he did is not bad. Like, again.
But it's like it doesn't seem to be a problem for you, especially after that he played rook b1, giving away his a file.
Yeah, that's a question. Maybe he should have taken and castled. I understand why he didn't want to go for
bishop g5.
Yeah, well, bishop g5, he has to contend with some check.
Knight d1.
Yeah, knight d1.
But anyway, I would think that his goal is to play castle and knight d3.
That actually is true, yeah. Knight d1 maybe isn't... But do I have this stuff? I mean... I wouldn't be sure. I guess let's say he throws this in. I mean, I'm also risking quite a bit now, but maybe I have enough activity. I don't know. Knight e3, queen b2.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a mess. No, this I was actually kind of pleased to see because I already thought that I have a very fine position. The only question for me was f4.
Again, so it's always idea comes back.
But now it's I think a difference because first of all the knight's not on a5, it's much better on c6, and I have the a file. And I thought like rook e8.
Well, and white will not castle long in this game anymore.
No. Not anymore.
At all.
And bishop d7, and I didn't see how white continues the attack, so I thought, like I wasn't 100% sure because also my next move isn't clear. But it
seems to be okay for black.
I thought it should be, yeah.
Even queen e7 you could go maybe.
Yeah.
instead of bishop d7.
Well, this I thought was bad because of take, e5, take, f5, bishop h6, and now bishop g5. And then
Oh, still e4. Knight g4.
yeah.
Knight g4.
Yeah, so I didn't like this, but I thought bishop g7 first stops his stress.
And if e5 anyway, and f5? e4.
Then e4, yeah.
You have a tempi up,
Here I'm
and
in
that
time.
matters.
Yeah. This is a different story because now I take on f5. So,
Well, rook
So-
d1, queen e7, right?
yeah, I mean, I couldn't go into complete detail, but my feeling was that
Yeah,
white, it also
yeah.
is so risky for white, you know? I mean,
True.
like if you're not tactically winning, then you're
You're
collapsing.
losing. Yeah,
So-
this is exactly that kind of
So
position.
I understand his move, but of course it's clear that at this point I'm already a little bit better, yeah? Yeah, I just want to play c6 and d5. So cast.
Yeah, now the knight started to move back and forth. He
Yeah.
played bishop g5, so...
No, maybe he should have just gone knight e3. But it's more pleasant for black. I can even
Would
wait
you
with
play
d5.
d5 immediately, or
I
play
was-
queen b6 or something?
I wasn't sure, queen c7 or d5. But I'm already definitely not worse. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I have a very safe position. I can think about if I'm better. But this didn't surprise me so much. But this decision did. I thought he would take and play knight e3. I don't think it's so bad for white. I mean, it looks like a relatively normal position to me. Like, maybe black is more comfortable, but close to equal.
Well, actually, having your pawn on d6 and it will stay there.
No, I'll probably play knight f6, rook d8, and d5. But it'll be close to equal, most likely.
Yeah,
Here, I already was wondering if I can play queen c7 and f5.
f5.
But I just decided not to spend my time because they're probably equal-ish options, both of them. And I don't know. I mean, here he has like rook d1. I'm not sure if I achieved anything. I thought this was more natural. Just try to achieve d5. And actually, it was interesting. He could take twice because, like, I don't know, knight f5 is possible. But I thought queen d5 was very interesting. Like if queen takes and he runs into all sort of, I don't know which way to take, but let's say this one.
And rook a2.
All sorts of tactics, yeah? And if he plays like rook fd1, this is actually extremely unpleasant. The queen goes to this beautiful square.
And knight d5, knight f5.
Or
yeah?
bishop d5 also, like f3 is so weak. Or, yeah, I mean, the bishop on e3 is also...
Well, probably you're better, no? But definitely
so.
it's more dangerous for white.
No, I think he played correctly. Like rook d1, queen, it looks correct. I don't know if this is necessary. He can also play like queen c2. And, I mean, it's not... I doubt that black is really better, but black is a bit more comfortable, most likely.
Yeah, if he's holding the tension,
Yeah,
then
but
it seems it might be okay for
yeah.
him.
I mean, I can play like knight g6 and we continue. But here it's clear that I'm already better. The question is only how much. I think that he missed this idea that he can't trade c4 bishop c6. He can't trade queens.
Queen d6 takes it. Queen
Queen
d7.
b7. Yeah. No, this is very unpleasant for white.
Softly saying.
No, I think it can
It's
get really bad for white if he plays anything inaccurately. And here I thought I played really well. I mean, I don't want to sound immodest, but I was quite proud with my play. Because it looks like equalish, like knight d7, b4. I mean, white gets counterplay.
But yeah, you started to...
But this
you
rook
played
a2 is
rook
very
a2.
strong. And the point is if he takes, here, queen a7, also maybe e4 is dangerous, but queen a7.
And then e4 after rook f1.
Or
queen
well,
a2.
rook f1, I thought queen e3 even. Like, I'm just...
Yeah, it's very powerful.
He can't really get rid of my queen.
And
I
but
see
you can
if I
go rook
queen a2.
bd1.
Rook bd1, e4. I don't know, it's...
And if takes, you go rook.
Is he surviving this? Wait, but if I take rook
Rook
d3,
d3.
queen...
c5.
It's like really, really close, yeah? But
Well, it's not fun for white, that's for sure.
no, it's... I mean, I can't imagine going for this for white. It's
Yeah.
like, you wonder one thing.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's not like...
Levon would never go something
No,
like
no.
that, right?
Also,
Taking
even
the
if I
pawn.
take, like, you're still worse, yeah?
Yeah.
But maybe I have e4 immediately as well, yeah? Mm-hmm. Maybe but, yeah, I didn't really think that this was serious for white. I thought rook a1 is correct, and now The nice point is that he has no longer has b4.
Yeah.
I thought bishop d3 was a bad move. I mean, I think he should play like queen c3, f5 b4, e4, c5, and I mean it's still very dangerous for white, but take b5. At least you get some counterplay, and then we'll fight.
Yeah, he started to go misplacing his pieces after that. Now
Yeah.
he went to d3, then it went to c2, d1. It was like
Well, I think he missed this
e4 and
idea,
knight e5.
And he was also very low on time once I saw this idea, I didn't even, looked at a few options, but I didn't really calculate it too deeply. I thought it's just so nice. Because he can never take. Like, he can't even prepare taking.
Yeah, he played bishop d1, f takes e4.
This is probably losing now. Maybe he should
Bishop
play like...
d1?
I think either... I was wondering, rook f1, I can probably... wait, what was I calculating here? If take, knight takes, but there was something that I thought was very strong.
Well, queen f6 or something?
Yeah, it might have just been queen f6. Because he can still can't take, and if he moves his knight somewhere,
That's what he should,
then knight
right?
g4 might happen. Also, I'm wondering if queen f6 is necessary. Maybe there's something even better. This was the main move. I even like g5 might be dangerous.
Ooh.
Because if I get f4, then the attack is like no longer of a tactical nature, but of a positional
And what
nature.
about knight d3?
Knight g4, I thought we should always be winning, because if I get queen e4, and if you move somewhere back to e2 or something, no, this is different.
No,
It's
now
still
it's
dangerous?
maybe knight f2.
Knight f2. Yeah, this is holding. I mean, still dangerous, I think, even after knight takes, but yeah, holding. So wait, rook f1, what did I... Because I had a clear plan after this move.
I'm wondering, did we check rook f1? We didn't check rook f1?
No, it's
Very
like a very
strange.
natural move, but I just
It was the most natural.
can't quite remember. Maybe it's your move queen f6, which is strong, but yeah, then he does have options like knight d3 maybe. Even knight
Yeah.
h3, it looks kind of weird, but it doesn't appear immediately bad to me. I don't know. But yeah, bishop d1 was a very big surprise.
Yeah, that it seemed like after that it's collapsing completely.
Well, yeah, this is just knight f3. I mean, if he plays king g2, then knight d4 is very strong. Like now,
What
knight
was your plan on knight takes e4? I know it looks awful.
Which moment?
Instead of bishop e2.
I thought this was losing for a variety of reasons. I thought one was just taking queen f6, threatening
Yeah.
mate and threatening knight f3.
And king f2, king g2.
Ooh, I didn't actually look at that. Isn't it mate in one?
Oh. No surprise, you were not looking king g2. I think I was giving this line king g2, queen f3, king h3, and white king.
It's been after hours of commentary, Judith. It's
I
all right.
think it was when the bishop was on e2 already, maybe.
Yeah, it almost for a second it looks like
just
you
hope.
defend against the mate, but not quite. No,
Yeah,
I
sometimes
thought there was
fair.
also other ways to win, but that was good enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was.
Giving mate is good enough.
No, at first I was a bit surprised. I didn't see the clear win here after he played bishop d1, because this is surprisingly holding. Maybe not so surprising.
Yeah.
But then I saw queen f6 and I realized that my king is always safe.
And after rook d1.
Yeah, rook e1 is maybe more tenacious,
But
but then
also
e3.
e3.
Knight g4 and queen c3, it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e3, queen c1, and I mean he's just
Mate.
collapsing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and I thought rook f6, rook a6 was maybe, but then queen b2 I thought was very strong. It looks like not really forcing, but he can't stop e3. There's no defense. I mean, he can't generate counterplay is the problem. And yeah, this one was. It was just at the end there was I was hesitating. I really wanted to play this one
Wow.
because it's kind of pretty, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was a bit worried that I'll blunder something, and queen h3 looks simpler. So I was torn between playing
Beauty
the most
and being
beautiful-
practical.
Yeah. Then I thought I'll play the most practical one.
Yeah, that's true.
Still
But
a
it's
killer
nice.
move, and what a game. Congratulations, Fabian.
Thank you.
Our last Armageddon of the day is about to start. Would you like to stay or do you have to leave?
Yeah, why not?
Great, thank you so much. Shahri and
We are very
Mamedyarov in a
happy.
must-win situation against Wesley. So 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. But the draw means a victory for black in terms of the scoring system. And we hope to bring up the position very shortly. Do you have it, Judith? Should be.
This.
Yeah. Now our board is
This
catching
is what
up.
We have.
Good
Another
choice for white, I guess,
Trumpowski.
yeah.
For an Armageddon.
Well, it's
Right.
just a long-term, really
Long-term
long-term game, yeah.
Exactly.
And positional danger for black.
Actually, Mamedyarov had a pretty good game where he was pressing.
Yeah, I thought he was much
quite-
better at some point.
Quite a long game, but somehow he could not convert it into
Actually, this is a really dangerous line for black. I think black should normally avoid it because now G4 happens.
G4, H4?
Knight G3 and the H4.
okay.
I once played a tandem chess match with black, and it wasn't fun to play this position. Yeah, G4, Knight G3 it's so dangerous for black.
Well, so far Knight E2 is on the board, and let's see what black has
G4
played.
by
And G4
Mamedyarov.
is on the
Yeah,
board.
this is I think that white is already much better.
Really? It's
I would
already so clear.
Yeah, Queen B. I mean, not long castle. I don't see the counterplay for black. And like H4 G5 is already nearly mate. So the
Is white going to be sacrificing on B2 or castles long?
That's a good question, but I would castle because I don't see the counterplay.
And so does Shahryar.
Mamedyarov also decided to castle. Knight D7.
Okay, H4, yeah. And the problem for black is the
It
the
seems
counterplay.
like all three of us would take white.
Well, I think at this point it might already be objectively like.
Wesley
borderline
would also
winning,
take white, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
Well, probably he will want to go somehow C5. That's the only.
but C5 doesn't do anything. Hey, I can also.
Well,
I,
C4 somehow.
He played Knight F4 or?
Knight F4, which I'm not sure. That
okay,
is.
yeah, that wouldn't have been my choice, but it looks like a decent move.
Well, white
Because now
is playing
black
very
can
safe.
black can take on F4 and the attacking material is reduced a little bit. Like, and I mean it's still unpleasant, but
Hard to see counterplay for black.
at this point I think you might just have to kind of,
Queen
go for the long
C7.
defense.
Queen C7 is on the board, so black's plan is. What, is he really want to take on F4?
No, because I'll take with the pawn. right?
Pawn, yeah. So H4 seems to be the.
Yeah,
the
H4
move,
is.
and it's already on the board.
No, this is not going well for Wesley. I mean, probably he'll play Knight F8. I don't, because he can't take. EF is just a crushing
And
attack.
after G5?
F5. I mean,
H5?
well, I'll try to defend. Bishop takes F4. I mean, it doesn't look losing by any means anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so far it's black's the move. He is going down to 5 minutes.
Still 9 minutes for Shahryar with this dangerous kingside attack.
Yeah. No, I think the winning chances are like 80%,
85.
90%.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
You would be very happy with white.
I would assume I'm going to win at this point. I would probably be wrong, but I would assume I'm going to win.
G5?
But G5, F5, I don't see the attack clearly.
Or should white go somewhere?
You can also, well, you can play Rook DG1 if you want to. I mean, I don't see a problem with playing slowly. Because A5 doesn't do anything.
Well, he's going to go, I guess, A4, Queen A5, trying to go some A3.
That takes a long time.
Yeah, and even then, nothing really happening. I have the feeling you have no trust in black's position.
No, but it's clear that A5 is the sort of move you make because you can't. you know that there's no way to create counterplay, so you just make a move which is sort of semi-useful and hope that once the attack crashes through, you can defend somehow. It is already.
Does it make sense to go with the knight to F1,
Yeah,
G3?
I was thinking about that one. I don't know if it's
Rook
maybe
DG1.
Yeah, Rook DG1 is happening.
Very straightforward attack by Mamedyarov. The atmosphere is real cheerful here already, especially the Norwegian camp celebrating Magnus Carlsen, but also your fans, Fabi, must be very happy that you started winning your recent games. The beginning of the tournament wasn't as smooth for you, but the recent games have been very promising.
Last few days have been okay, not bad. Especially today was great. Yeah, but already
A3. Why to play A3? He wants to
I don't
be
know because I thought G5.
Maybe white
through?
is over protective here. What about B5 and B4? Finally, black has some
Well,
chance.
C3 I'll play.
Okay, b4 takes a3. I don't know.
No, but I'll take
But
it
I
as c pawn
think-
now. I don't really believe in black's.
But
attack.
okay, after a3, I believe there
No.
can. Oh, c5 was played.
Can I take this pawn
C5?
on d5? I'm just.
Maybe I would take the bishop. No?
Well, then pawn.
takes,
No.
takes, and
No, but
takes
this
on
is-
d4.
Ed or
Bishop f4.
Yeah, I don't believe in it.
Looking
Also,
for
why did I have to
something.
play ed4? I could have played like knight c4 maybe.
g5 we have on the board. Yeah, the big question is why white needed a3 for this.
Okay, so g5.
Because
makes
after
sense.
f5 he already wants to take.
But then
Fine.
queen c6.
And you just move away, knight c3.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably winning, but I'm not sure this was necessary.
Bishop takes f4. Is gf the move?
Gf bishop h6 as well.
Queen h5.
Knight. Knight f. No, that's bad.
That's maybe not exactly what black wants, but
No,
I
I
think
thought
after
queen
gf
h6
you have
bishop-
to take it back.
Yeah, that's
He
also.
takes back on f4 and
And-
f5 by Wesley.
I feel like something went really wrong with. I
Well,
G5
something
was
went
terrible,
very
yeah.
wrong.
G5 was a really bad move. Black is
Actually,
doing
isn't black better almost?
better. Yeah. That's what I was
No?
trying to think. Yeah, black.
I
is
mean,
better,
this
yeah.
bishop is really bad, but
But white's
I
queen
mean-
on f3 and all the pawns are weak.
Yeah, and the
I mean,
king side
G5
is
was
still
a-
closed.
that's how things are turning around.
Still more time for Mamedyarov, but the position is not as promising as it used to be.
And actually, what should he do in the center once the knight comes to c5, e4?
I don't see a single move for him besides queen e3.
He does play queen e3.
That looks like it's holding things together at least.
But draw is enough for black.
Yeah, but if I get knight f3,
He wants
then
to
I
go
might,
knight f3 and knight e5. That's the plan.
or not even knight e5, but just
No?
at least if I keep control over d4,
And keep the time advantages 2 minutes
then I can start playing h5,
extra.
h6 and create some long-term stuff. Yeah, queen e3 was a really important move for him. If without this, he was in serious trouble. Now it looks
Rook c8.
and knight f3, I guess.
No, knight f3, c3.
Okay, I guess he was afraid of c4,
No, I'm not
c3.
sure. I
but
think c takes d4 and knight c5 is coming, and it's
Bishop
absolutely
c2 and knight e4,
knight
yeah?
e4, b5 and knight e4.
Takes and knight to
B8.
B8, heading
Knight
towards
to
C6.
Unexpected regrouping.
But
This pawn can get in trouble.
yeah, but a4 is hanging, and I can play. Well, if knight f3, knight c6, queen a4, d4 looks good. But what can I do instead? Bishop b5, maybe? But yeah, it's tough for white to hold everything together. If only the pawn were on h5, we would.
Well, if h5 would be there, things would be
Black
a
would
little bit
resign, yeah, after
different.
h6.
Well,
but
bishop b5.
Bishop b5, what do you do actually? Bishop d7, I just realized, h5.
Oh,
Isn't
I
this-
knew you have some things in mind. You're very much in your tactical mode.
a piece
This looks
sacrifice.
really dangerous for black, no?
And then the king side is problematic. So
Well,
bishop
black has to go
takes
something-
queen c5
Yeah,
to try to
yeah,
trade.
that's true.
What
But the
happened?
endgame is probably pleasant.
It's white to move.
Will we see bishop b5?
Maybe bishop b5, knight c6 is the best
Well,
response.
white is thinking his time, and he went down to 4:40 by now, and black has 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Wesley seems to be really nervous. He removed the captured pieces from the table, as if the table was not big enough for the board and the clock.
Well, he's a very nervous player in general. He's
Very nervous. How is it to play against him when he's
It can
moving
be,
so much?
It can be difficult sometimes.
He's fidgeting around.
No, but bishop b5, he should play knight c6. I think this is still quite good for black.
4 minutes for Mamedyarov, 3 minutes for Wesley. So
Takes? B takes?
He takes, yeah.
Or-
And then I don't really care about the material once I get c5, d4.
What do we have? White
He just
actually
took the
played
pawn.
king b1, knight c6, queen takes a4, d4. Wow, black isn't he taking over?
At least when you only need a draw, this is very nice.
The f4 pawn will fall off.
You see, this is why I shouldn't make predictions.
Well, the kingside attack was very promising until he pushed g5 in the wrong moment.
G5 was, yeah, that was a bad move.
Yeah, but it seemed that a3 and c3 is also maybe
too slow.
I wasn't sure that was bad, but G5, yeah, and now it's not like it's not even that about the evaluation of the position, which is probably good for black. It's about how difficult it is for white to find moves here.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if black is better already.
No, that also wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
And there's no time advantage anymore. 3 minutes for both players.
Queen takes f4.
I think his main hope is to knight b3 and to some mess.
But after knight b3, rook.
Like queen b5. And no, I'm not saying it's good for white, but at this point you just
white
have to.
played here and black
Queen
is
takes,
started to
knight
capture
f3.
pawns.
Knight f3.
Yeah, knight
Queen
f3 has
f2?
just been played.
Okay, yeah, that's good for black.
Seems like not much pawns left on the king side for white.
Taken and knight takes d4.
Yeah. Also, black's
Just
king is
takes.
very nice and safe. So
Trade on d4.
I would just play g6 or something, just solid.
Well, I don't know. Takes on
Queen e3.
Yeah, queen e3 is kind of logical. Black can also play g6 and f4.
Yeah, it's a good move. I don't know if you should try. Yeah, I don't have much good advice for white. I guess you should take on c8,
Rook
right?
c8, that's what is happening. Rook will
And
be
d5
taking.
maybe? D5 is a bit confusing after rook takes. Bishop d5, bishop f5,
Bishop b3. And
Yeah,
bishop
d5
takes
is indeed
c8,
played.
right?
Rook, bishop takes,
that
bishop
works.
takes.
No, that doesn't work. e8 is covered.
Okay.
But some move like queen d7 maybe is dangerous for black.
Bishop to e6 by Wesley instead of bishop b3.
Bishop e6. Solid way.
And he's standing up to see on what move they are.
Queen c2? No. I'm just trying to
Wow.
I don't know.
Bishop f5, queen e6.
Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't work. Also g6.
2.5 minutes for Mamedyarov, 2 minutes for
White is not
Wesley.
worse anymore, yeah? I mean, well, actually, white
Well,
is
it's
much.
a pawn down.
Yeah, I just realized that white is just a pawn down for nothing.
Queen g4. I have strange feeling about this move.
g6 or something looks good. You mean like a tactical...
Bishop takes,
Yeah.
queen takes. Queen trade, so we are seeing a rook endgame where Mamedyarov is in a must-win situation with a pawn down.
Well, I guess rook d7 must
Yeah,
be the only
but
move.
b5 is very strong, because then
And
the
rook
rook can
c5.
defend from...
And b5 is just played.
b4.
Rook
Or now rook
c5
c3.
is stopped.
Rook c3 is very good, and then rook g3 comes. If black were playing for a win, it would be a challenge, but...
Rook f8 and rook b7. 2 minutes left for both players.
Rook f8 is an excellent move, yeah.
Yeah, and rook f5, I believe.
a4 by Mamedyarov, b5.
Yeah, just take
Black takes on g5, king a2,
completely
And
winning for
starts
black.
pushing his pawn.
rook to
No,
g3
not
to
yet.
cut
He
the
just
king.
wants to go to b3. And
Yeah, this is already resigned.
actually, black will be...
And Mamedyarov resigns. Wesley
One.
gets the full point. 1.5 points for Wesley, so half a point for Shahriar Mamedyarov. And that concludes round 8 here in Stavanger. Fabi, thank you so much for joining us for analyzing this game. And congratulations one more time on your game.
Thank you.
That was a very nice finish. And tomorrow you face your rival from London, Magnus Carlsen, with the white pieces. We will be watching. He's motivated, and we are sure that you too will be on full motivation mode and finish on a high note.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thanks
Good luck
very much.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck.
That has been the last game of the round. I wonder if Wesley is going to visit us in the studio. We will wait for him to leave the playing hall and see if he wants to show us his game. Apart from that, just a reminder that you can win a T-shirt signed by Magnus Carlsen, the winner of this year's edition of Norway Chess. This T-shirt is signed by the world champion himself. Try not to wash it though in case it comes off, but that's his signature, and you can win it by answering the question, which were the top 3 longest unbeaten streaks in chess history. Make sure to use the hashtag Altibox or hashtag Norway Chess on Twitter if you want to win the t-shirt offered by Chess24 and Norway Chess.
Well, we had another very interesting day. Of course, the main news is that Magnus Carlsen won the tournament after 8 rounds in Norway Chess. He was the player who could adjust himself the best way to the new system of what we had in Norway Chess with the Armageddon playoffs. So this is the news of today, clearly. Apart from that, of course, we had some very interesting games like Fabiano just showed us the critical moments of his game. And actually, by the end of the tournament, it seems that Fabi is getting into these great ideas and fantastic attacking
He's warming
games.
up. Also, his classical game against Anand seemed to be a brilliant attack where he missed, he panicked under time pressure. But today, he did win in the classical game. And maybe what Fabi would need is a few more rounds, and then he could try to catch Magnus, because he started badly, but now he is clearly seemed to be catching up with also this format.
And also, he said that he's kind of happy with his play. He had good ideas. He showed some parts of the game. Definitely, he showed his strength, and it seems like he's really in the mood to play on. But there is only 1 round left tomorrow to play against the world champion with the white pieces. But it's so nice to see Magnus while he was here in the studio saying that he's motivated. There is 1 more game. Of course, he's looking forward to that. And it's true that even if you win a tournament before the tournament is finishing, still some rounds to go, you cannot just be neglecting that, well, okay, I will play something, right? He still has to be focusing the same way as he was doing it before, because definitely it wouldn't be a nice story to lose, let's say, in the last round, right?
Certainly
he won
not.
8 matches out of 8. So he barely had this experience ever that in every day he can say that he won, right? It's either a knockout tournament when you have something like this, but then the opponents are always changing, but it's not that the same players around you and you're just winning one day after another. Of course, Fabi had this in St. Louis a few years ago.
The 7-game winning streak.
Kind of amazing. His style and the way he played, that was amazing, but it does not happen very often with either of the top players.
That's true. And even like this, Magnus is not fully satisfied with his game in the classical portion of the matches. So he is very critical of himself, and he knows that there's still room for improvement.
Yeah, this is also very nice to hear that he's looking to improve himself. But I think this is very natural. That's why you're a champion, and that's why you can stay a champion only if you are looking forward how to improve from day to day. And this is very important. And that's why he can keep himself motivated and be interested about the game, because it is true that he had quite serious and difficult moments in this event so far. Against Ding Liren, he had a very difficult classical game. He had an awfully difficult game against Levon Aronian.
Lost position for plenty of moves, not just one single moment.
So, yeah, it's true that you can see whoever wins the tournament, whenever someone wins the tournament, you will always find moments when, if this would have gone the way it should have been objectively, then the whole story would be completely different.
That is true. And I believe that Wesley may have wanted to call it a day. Let me just see if it is confirmed that we will not have Wesley So visiting our studio today. It has been a long day for the players, so that is understandable. If he wanted to go back to the hotel, we are at the Stavanger concert hall, so he of course has the right to go back and have dinner. It's a long day.
And it was a very difficult match for him. We could see that he was really nervous when he plays the Armageddon games. He knows exactly that he has to be focused and concentrated from the beginning until then. And he knew it, understood that he had a very difficult position in the opening.
Out of the opening.
And that could have been a completely different story looking at around move 15. But then things have turned into his favor, and he won the game.
True. Let's have a last look at the standings. We know who is the winner of the tournament. He's called Magnus Carlsen, the world champion who has won every single tournament he participated in 2019. But we also want to know how the rest of the players doing, who is on second and third place. So if we can bring up the cross table after today's results, that would be a fitting finish. And I will also bring it up on my screen. Magnus winning the tournament. The last time he won in Stavanger, that was in 2016. The last and first time. This is the 7th edition, and the world champion is collecting his second title here. Only Sergei Karyakin won twice, and that was the first 2 years of Norway chess. On second place, we have Levon Aronian, and right behind Levon, Yu Yangyi, still half a point behind, as well as Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. So this is still wide open. Ding Liren is on 8 points with 2 wins in the classical portion, but today wasn't his day.
It's quite amazing to see the gap between Magnus and the number 2, Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
And actually, the first 3 places did not change after today's round compared to before the round, because actually Carlsen beat Yu Yangyi and Aronian lost to Caruana, and actually the first 3 players right now in the tournament, actually only that we have a tie by Wesley So winning his game.
True.
His match.
This is the standings. There's only one place that is for sure. The winner of the tournament is Magnus Carlsen, but we will be back tomorrow for the final round of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament, with the pairings being the main court is Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. That is the game that everybody is looking forward to seeing. Magnus has won every single tournament this year, but there's one man he couldn't beat in November for 12 games, and his name is Fabiano Caruana. Both players will be fully motivated tomorrow, and that's the game we're going to cover alongside the rest of the games of round 9 here from the Stavanger Concert Hall. Make sure to come back tomorrow at 4:45 local time for the final showdown. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer står E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.